Okay, we are live on YouTube and TikTok doing some Art Critique Sunday.
Yeah.
Free Art Critique Sunday. We'll put that off for now. You can
Okay.
just doodle.
Sure.
Gizmo, hello. This will be our second art critique.
Yeah.
Well, the first one was kind of a portfolio review. This one's more of an art critique. Hello, hello.
So we do like drawovers and stuff.
Yeah,
That'd be kind of fun if we feel like it needs it.
Yeah, some of them aren't.
Not guaranteed, but.
Ugh. Yeah. Hey, Penny Asha.
Hey.
Should we ping and
Yeah.
say art critiques today? Content updates. Art. Free art critiques. There we
Yeah.
go. Howdy, Fico Riggs. Crap, I don't have a drink.
You don't have a drink.
Oh my gosh, guys, I printed a big Sorrow head.
Chat. Are you guys
I'll go
ready
get
to
a drink
see?
and my Sorrow head.
Yeah. So, we're doing some free art critiques. This is a once in a while thing that we're gonna do. If you want to do that and you want to participate and show your artwork to us, you can join our Discord. The invite is on our website, drawanime.com, and you're gonna be posting it in, I think, crit submissions. Hey, Ouchie, what's this art critiques? Yeah.
Here you go.
Look at this. Look at this wonderful. Ooh, it's so
Handsome boy.
handsome, and look how big he is. Very girthy. Look at that. How handsome are you, mister? Look at that. He is awesome. So, what he did, so originally the Sorrow head, this is what it originally looks like. This is not the life size, but there's a complex side and a simple side. And so what Colton did was he took out the complex side and made both sides simple. So, oh my gosh, it looks so good. So, you like how Ray's a mummy? Yeah, thanks. Chungus Asaro, yeah.
Oh yeah, I should change the overlay.
Yeah, change it to another character. That was my best friend when sending the plane to the face. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
So the normal Sorrow head looks like this.
Yep.
It's got a complex side and a simple side. All I did was split it in half and then mirror the simple side. Most people actually prefer the simple side,
Yeah, it's just
especially
easier.
the cheek area.
You want to change a character?
Yes.
We could do Abby Vampire.
Overlays, Halloween.
Tira Angel sounds pretty good too, whichever. We did June already.
What if we did Miko?
Miko's is cute. Sure. I'm excited I couldn't show up for the last critique live. Well, now's your
Yes.
chance.
So, yeah, we're gonna be doing some critique stuff.
Collect your best work, the one that you want to flex on and you want feedback on, and post it in, was it crit submission? Yeah, so we
crit
already
submission.
we already have
So
some stuff.
no promises. I don't think everyone is gonna get a paint over,
Yeah,
and it's very contextual.
it is very contextual. Okay. Oh, okay. That one's fun. Not very good at doing backgrounds. Oh, Fika Rigs, that's
Love
very
the one
nice.
on ArtStation where you can change the lighting direction. Yeah, too bad they don't have an STL.
Yeah.
So the thing about critiques is it's very contextual.
Yes.
All right. Not everybody.
Oh,
I think.
thank you.
It's incredibly contextual thing. Not everybody has the same goals. Not everybody has the same desires with where they want to go in art. So anytime we do a critique, context is everything. Like literally everything.
It really is everything.
So if this were a class, the class would have a subject, right? It would be like figure drawing. And so you would be critiqued on figure drawing. If this were a rendering class, you would be critiqued on rendering. If this was a design class, you would be critiqued on design. But since this is kind of open to anybody, it's more about what are you trying to say through the piece. So the way that we critique is basically it's contextual based on what you're trying to say. Does it have to be colored? Not always.
Nope, not
I mean,
always.
if it's a figure study in charcoal, then I would say probably not. If it's supposed to be a color illustration and it's in black and white, we would probably say, maybe add some color.
Mm-hmm.
It's very dependent on what the point of it is. If it's a value study, then it wouldn't be in color.
Yep. Can I submit the Drawing Me Academy homework I'm working
Sure.
on? Heck yeah, do it, Artemis.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That is a great idea.
Which channel for it? Crit Submission. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know how long we're going to be doing critiques. We may switch to just normal art tutorials or practice or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe I'll get started and look at some stuff.
Sure.
Look at that. All right. Should we go in order or should we go based on like kind of what we want to
It's
do?
up to you. You can just kind of go.
Oh, creepy.
I would say do the ones that you kind of got something to say about
Yeah. Hmm.
if you want.
Yeah.
That's totally fine.
Very nice.
First one of these I've seen. Yeah, this is the first one on YouTube. We did portfolio reviews not too long ago.
I feel like a lot of the feedback I'll probably give is very similar. This one's really fun.
Yeah. Most feedback is usually very similar. Why
Yeah.
does it feel so overexposed?
Probably
I think-
because, I don't know.
Okay, you just do your thing.
Yeah. That one's fun. I feel like this has a good potential. I really like this one. So this one's by Mango. And I feel like I have some good tips for this one. Because I can see a lot of potential with this. There we go.
Now why is it doing that? Oh, there it goes.
Let me just erase this doodle so we don't get distracted.
Should be fine.
So I like this story. I like the story of this image. What I do like about it is that you're really blending the blues into the person into all the what am I talking about? You're just blending all the colors in and making it like a blue tone, which actually works really well. I think the storytelling is good. We can improve on it a little bit by maybe adding some more context or by simplifying the folds a little bit. So I feel like something that could make this piece stronger is, well, one, maybe putting the fish even closer to the person, first of all, because I'm kind of going for more of a narrative approach.
Did you ask them what their intention was with the piece? Like, what's happening?
I should have asked that first. What is your intention with the piece?
Whose is this?
This is by Mango.
Mango? Who
Yeah.
is Mango in the chat? But yeah, I mean, definitely as far as like folds. The folds are honestly pretty nice.
The folds are honestly very
Like,
nice.
they're actually pretty good so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's a crit? Critique.
Critique.
Like, feedback. I guess I just say crit because that's the way that it was always in school or professional work.
Yeah. I don't know if they're here. Mango.
Yeah, and we're not going to review anybody's work who's not in the chat, by the way. So if Mango, if you're here, let us know. Say, I am Mango. Or I would say probably, yeah, I am Mango.
Yeah.
Because we actually want to critique people who are here in live, in person.
Yeah. What do you mean feedback? Like
how to improve
how to
art.
improve art, yeah.
Sunday Live, yeah. We're just trying stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Mango's not here, unfortunately,
Let's just go to another one.
let's just
and
go to
keep
another
this
one.
up.
Sure. Because I really like this piece. I do have comments on it.
Are you live on YouTube? Yes, we are.
All right.
I don't want to critique anybody's work who's not here because there's a good chance they'll never see it. And
Mm-hmm. This one's fun.
I want to be biased towards people who want to critique and are willing to show up and sit through it.
Yeah. So Fika Rick says that they're not very good at doing backgrounds. They like a critique on the backgrounds. To be honest, I think you actually did a good job on it.
Yeah, this is pretty nice.
Yeah. I don't really know what I would fix with this one because I feel like it's very consistent with your art style.
Art share. Okay, so critique submission. Where is Fico Riggs' stuff? I can say a couple things
there.
about this if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, we're live on YouTube as well.
This is really nice. So tell me, Fico Riggs, a little bit about this piece. I'll just turn all this past stuff off. And I'll take this and I'll just duplicate it. let me take down the background.
You want to put your screen on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can. Ref on. There we go.
Ooh.
Tell me about this piece. What are you trying to do? There's so many different ways to take an artwork that I look at you in the background. I'm not very good at doing backgrounds. So there's a couple things that happen on backgrounds, all right? There are a lot of ways, and I actually really like this. I like what you're doing, and the reason that I think it works really nicely is because you don't actually have to use perspective lines to show depth, right? You don't have to use boxes. You don't have to use perspective. There's a lot of ways to do this. And number two, popular advice that you'll hear is as you go further in the distance, you'll say, a lot of people will say, oh, it'll get lighter. L-I-G-H-T-E-R. Not always. There are a lot of masters out there who do not use the constricting of values as you go into the distance in order to show depth. You can. It's a great way to do things. Those are two ways. A lot of people decide not to use those. One very, very good way is exactly what you've done, which is making things smaller as they get into the distance, right? This is like foreshortening type stuff. Another thing that tends to happen is shapes. What?
We got Gloria back with the galaxies.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Gloria. Shapes, any shape. In the foreground, it tends to be wider, and as you get back into the background, what tends to happen is this. Shapes will get squished as you get further away. See how this starts to take on a sense of depth as you go further into the background? And so you could go, oh, I'm going to have a large shape right here. You could say, oh, I'm going to have some mountains. I'm going to have some mountains. And then you can have large shapes. And what you can do is you can actually use a little bit of perspective here, right? So say this edge right here points to this right here. And it can create an illusionary vanishing point. A lot of people who don't want to be super on the nose about their perspective will do that. So what you could do, and you've already actually done quite a good job, what you could do is you could give just a little bit of overlaps in here.
I am Lau. I don't want to interrupt him.
You could give a little bit of overlaps in here.
Oh.
You know, you could do something like this. And again, there's so many ways to do this. You may not want to do it this way. That's totally fine. There are many different ways to solve the same problem. You could go back here and you could add another layer. So layering really helps. This could be lighter or it could be darker. It does not matter. A lot of people out there will go, oh, it needs to be lighter. It doesn't. It doesn't. It could be darker, it could be lighter, and you can start to create a little bit of layering back here as well, if you want to make it. But it doesn't have to be this, right? It could be brown, it could be dirt, it could be whatever you want. So these are like general principles that can be used wherever, right? You could go, okay, there's dirt in the background back there, right? You could have overlaps of the mountain as well. Again, if you want. So say I could have a mountain further in the distance, even like that.
Wow.
I could have a mountain, and these are, again, they're kind of generic.
Lunatic secret alt? I don't think so. That'd be funny.
Is Gloria doing something wild again? Oh my
Did she
goodness,
say, like,
Gloria!
I didn't want to interrupt, so I was like,
Thank you
I'll
so
just hold
much.
it. Yeah, thank you.
We really, really appreciate it.
We do.
So, like, there's a lot of ways that you can do this. Oh, one thing I realized recently, and I don't know why I didn't realize it before, Contrapposto doesn't just work with figures. It works with environments, too.
Bruh.
So, Contrapposto, which is the opposing angle of hips and shoulder when you're doing figure drawing, right? This angle, does not just work with figure drawing. It also works with environments. So what you could do, if you wanted, again, big keyword there, if you want,
Oh.
You could even come in here and you could do something like this. So you could say, for example, have
Turn off the
alternating.
layer on and off.
You could have alternating angles. Oh, I should probably put this on top. You could have alternating angles like this
Wait.
as a pattern throughout your artwork. Again, you don't have to. You can have alternating artwork. Gloria, thank you so much. We'll get to that in 1 second.
Thank you, Danny, for the rose.
Yeah, you can have alternating angles in your artwork, and this can work a similar way to contrapposto. Okay? So, I would say when it comes to backgrounds and landscapes, understand that like you basically have this whole tool bag. You've got all these different tools, and as you learn and as you grow, you add new tools to your tool bag, right? You add new tools to your tool bag, and those tools will help you create the feeling that you want to create.
We got a lot of crit submissions.
So there we go. Yeah, we're not going to critique everyone. We're probably going to go through and just choose some.
Mm-hmm.
It's not first come, first serve. Because people go, oh, it's not fair if you don't do it in order. But then it's not fair to the people who didn't get a notification because their phone or something. Like, we kind of just do what we want. Right? You can do this. You could do that. You could even come back here if you want. It depends on the piece. You know.
Some light.
You could come back here. You could add some light if you want. So, Fico Rigs, I noticed that this is kind of like a dark atmosphere, right? Where's Fico Rigs at?
I saw them earlier. They say, well, it looks so much better.
It's all about directing attention, right? And that's why it's so contextual, because you're not always trying to direct attention to the same spot. Like, you could go in an environment and you could go...
Hey, Cyber. How do you submit pieces for the critique? You can go to our Discord invite. It is on our website right in here.
And you would go to critique submissions. Again, we're not going to critique everyone's work. There's too many people.
Yeah.
You can have light.
Okay, you can
on dark. You can have a dark figure on light. What's going on? Why am I locked somewhere? Oh, I'm not on brush. I'm on eraser. You could have a dark figure on light, or you could employ checkerboarding. So you could do something like this. You could employ checkerboarding. Checkerboarding you want to do pretty much regardless. Checkerboarding is really important. You probably want to have some sort of checkerboarding.
Sticky keys.
Get out of here, sticky keys. I haven't quite disabled that yet on this computer. Right? And say, for example, you could even do contrapposto in the background.
The Discord link is in our profile. You can just also go to our website, drawanime.com. That is our website where you'll get the Discord link there.
You could do something like this. Checkerboarding. And you also have value grouping. So, for example, part of your character breaks out as light on dark. Part of your character breaks out as, dark on light, and then light on dark. Part of your character could be dark on dark, and part of your character can be, like the neck, say for example, could be light on light, right? It's like this back and forth with some of them blending in. This is employed a lot when it comes to backgrounds. So the reason, no, I'm not using my Cintiq today. I'm using the little Intuos Medium.
Hi, Rachel. Thank you for the comment.
I did a set or two of Krenz cubes and kind of warmed up a little bit after not using it for years, right? So this to me, like, I really like this, right? So this is kind of like a dark with dark, and I think that's good. But then you also have light on dark, and you have, I think part of the reason this is working so well, you have dark, light, dark, right? Dark. And so that in and out read creates an interesting look. This is called checkerboarding for everybody else, right? Dark, light, dark, light, dark. That's fantastic. It's really, really good to do that. It creates like a sense of unity, and it creates a lot of interest in a shot.
If just letting people know, if you want a critique, now we're not going to do everyone. This is just if you want to submit your artwork, you can join our Discord server. It is on our website, drawanime.com, and you can join through that invite link.
I think James Gurney calls this shape welding.
And then you would submit it in crit submission.
James Gurney calls this shape welding, and it's basically when you have an object that has all four. It's got dark on dark, light on light, light on dark, and dark on light, and all within like the same object. It really like establishes. Do you guys ever feel like your characters don't feel like they're in the scene? Like, who here has the problem where you're just like, I don't feel like my character is in the world. It feels like they're floating. It's not just a perspective issue. It's also a value grouping issue. So you'll notice, look at what Fico Riggs is doing here. This is a dark shape on a dark background. That really helps to like link these two together. But you also have a light shape on a dark background within the same character. That can really, really help to unify your character with the background. It's not just perspective. Like this shot, the character, like they could have drawn this character separately without the background, and the perspective, like, it would have still worked fine. So if you've got problems with that, see, like, I'll do it with the grass right here. If this grass feels like a floating patch, you can just do this. Dark on light, light on dark. And that can help to like unify the grass with what's behind it. I'm kind of exaggerating, and I wouldn't recommend you do that in the piece. I really like the flowers.
Mm-hmm. It's more like trying to make them feel connected.
Yeah, it's about connecting and unifying things. You know, you could put some flowers and stuff around here. But your sense of scale is really, really good. You've got big giant, and you've got itty bitty.
Itty bitty.
And in real life, as things go back, like this is in the foreground, this is in like the midground, and this is in the background, you have to understand that as shapes get squished as they go further away from you, it's kind of like an exponential curve. It's not like what happens in the real world a lot of the time is you've heard big, medium, and small. Like this. What happens in the real world a lot of the time is actually like this. It's like big, small, and itty bitty. You actually get this that happens a lot. So look for big, medium, small, but also look for big, small, and itty bitty, right? It's just something that happens. You tend to get really itty bitty details, but I really like this artwork. It's really good.
Very nice.
This artwork doesn't really require a lot of perspective. It's really just a bunch of overlaps. Like you don't have to have a lot of perspective in here. Like obviously you've got the horizon line, you know, and if you wanted, you could put something that's like in perspective in here, like a fence. Like I just put like a fence or something in here. Too light. Come on. You know, you could do, I'll go even darker. You could put like a fence here, right?
Oh, okay, a fence.
If you want it. I don't feel like the piece needs it. And then in order to find your perspective, you just go, here's my horizon line. Anything above it, I'm looking up at. Anything below it, I'm looking down at. And then you just pick a vanishing point. You just go, okay, here's a vanishing point. There's an object. Or you go like that. Or you go, you pick a vanishing point way over there. There's an object. And so if you want a fence in this shot, you could add one. And you can kind of just like keep your horizon line in mind. But anyways, yeah, it's really nice work. I don't have a lot to add to it, honestly. I actually wanted to point out a couple little things that I thought you were doing really well. You might not have been aware that you're doing them, so I wanted to point them out so you can be aware of it. Checkerboarding, huge.
Do you just submit your best work or what you want critique on?
Just whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, just whatever
I
you
have
want
one that I
critique
want
on.
to comment on.
Sure.
This one, Octos.
Okay.
They say they want a...
To Christina.
Yeah, they say they want a clearer feeling with their colors, and I have some comments on that, but I just want to say that your colors are already working very well. Like, what do you mean by clearer feeling? By the way, very good job, Fico Riggs. I really like your piece. I really like, it stood out to me. Can the submission still be work in progresses? Yeah. They can be what you want to critique on. I would say it's easier if you say like what you want help on, and if we can provide stuff for that, then we'll probably talk about it. Like, I don't know how to describe it. I want it to feel clear.
Yeah. So
Okay.
by the way, if you're new in the chat and you're asking about the critiques, we're not going to critique everybody. There's just too many submissions.
Yeah.
However, you submit it in the channel with 3 stars that says critique submission. It's in our Discord server. You can get our invite on this linky right here, drawanime.com. That is not a Google, that's a website. So you
Yep.
can just type it into your browser bar, drawanime.com, and you'll see the Discord invite on there.
Oh,
Whoops.
that was kind of neat, though. All right, I have some comments on it. Unfortunately, Mango's not here. I really want to talk about it at some point, but oh well.
No, I think the background is really good. You have a really good sense of this stuff, honestly.
Yeah, you do.
Like, I'm actually always blown away at Fico Riggs' sense of design
These are
and
so
like
cute.
composition. You've obviously put in a lot of work. I wouldn't say it comes naturally. I would say it comes through lots of effort.
Yeah. So one thing that... Okay, so there's nothing wrong with this at all whatsoever. Like, I think that the style is very cohesive, and I think the colors work great. I think maybe what you could try to do to make it feel have that clear look is edge control. So that means you have a lot. What I'm saying is you have a lot of soft. Everything's very soft, which is not bad. It works very well with this style. But I'm noticing that there's basically not very much hard edges at all, which is areas of sharpness. And so if you want that clear feeling, you can try adding harder edges.
Yeah.
This one here has harder edges. And so that's why it feels that, like, has that crisp look. But then everything else is a bit softer. And another thing that you can try is probably maybe using slightly more contrasty values if you want to try that. So like this one, for example, looks great already. But if you want to continue that in the piece, I would go in and just start... Well, I don't want this value here. I would just start like saying, okay, I want to define the shadows a little bit more. Now feels crisper automatically just because you added a slightly harder edge. Right here, like maybe instead of softening this edge, you can crisp it up, make it a harder edge. But then you can blend it with some areas of soft bits, right? So here, I noticed that you're kind of treating the hand like it's basically all you're shading it in a very similar way. So what I would do is I would just start like kind of blocking parts of the image or parts of the hand out. So like maybe the fingers in here would be in light, but then this would be in shadow, and I would keep it like maybe a harder edge, keep it like separated perhaps. Right, and I'm only kind of just adding some like minor tweaks. This one I feel like could use some harder edges if you want. And I feel like your colors are already working great. So I could just go in and just say, hey, sharper edge here in the highlight. I'm not sure if this is the vibe that you want. I'm just kind of saying, I'm just trying to guess what you mean by clear. Right, so look at those sharper edges in comparison to the softer edges that you have. Maybe this could be masked out. And sometimes it's also thinking about things in a more graphical sense. So like you can have one solid shape in here that's very clear. Oh, it's all good. You know, sometimes you don't really notice these things. It's not like, once again, your highlights aren't bad. I'm just saying like you could add a more you could add more contrast and a bit more sharpness. Like this one, I think the highlights are fine. Like your piece is mainly seems like you wanted it to be lower contrast, but I feel like in order to make it a little bit clearer, one way that you can try is just sharpening things.
Yeah. So clarity comes from the contrast between sharp and hard edges. So this is all soft. It looks fuzzy. This one's all hard. It looks very sharp everywhere.
Perfect.
This one has the contrast between hard and sharp edges. Generally, you want to keep your hard edges to the focal point. And this will help a lot. Remember the other day when I was talking about the pieces of candy? Like if you make an illustration like this, you could leave pieces of candy for people to look at, right? So maybe there's a really well rendered hand. Here's a really well rendered or detailed sword, right? Here's the character's face. Think about your image in terms of pieces of candy that you want to leave for people to look at. And creating pathways between them for them to look at. Edges is one way to do that. Mm-hmm. So this area right here, that's like a piece of candy. It's like something that I've created that I want people to look at. It is designed for them to look at. So if you want you don't actually have to make an artwork that detailed for it to look detailed. You just need to make the candy detailed. You just need to make the candy detailed, and then the pathways between them need to be built effectively. They're kind of like little roads. Your piece will look extremely detailed if the green, the purple, and the red candies are detailed and there are clear pathways between them. And now you can have littler pieces of candy between them. You'll see like splash artists do this a lot.
The candy concept.
Yeah, I like the concept. They're trails of candy. So this could be the eye. You know, this could be the hand. This could be the hair or the bust. You know, people like adding that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Octos has no idea why, but sometimes I don't really know where to put the hard edge.
It's about you ask yourself the question, where do I want people to look? That will give your answer generally. Mm-hmm. And you don't there is no right answer.
Yeah.
Craig Mullins did a piece. I'll try to find it really quick. Mm-hmm. His website is GoodBrush.
So just one example is what you can try to do. Oh, they got the Paul thing.
Oh.
What you can try to do is you can differentiate between form shadows and cast shadows. So form shadows is like things that are rolling over the form. So like the form shadow of a sphere or a cylinder as it's rolling away from the light. That will generally it tends to be softer. But cast shadows, like, the hair, casting a shadow onto the hair, can be a harder edge if that's what you want. The head casting a shadow onto the neck, like this right here, can be sharper. So you can also try that if you want. Like here, this would be a cast shadow. These are like the eye shadow right here is more like a form shadow. Right, this is an opportunity to be like, hey, this is a cast, so I'll make it sharper. And it doesn't really damage the piece. You know, here in the ear, there's generally going to be like some kind of cast shadow. But since your artwork already is held up a lot by your line work and also by your color choices and stuff, it's not always necessary. See, like it already looks good. But I guess that's not really the point, right?
I think this is a good. I found a couple decent examples.
Yeah. I'll just do a few more. See, hard edges, you look at it. Mm-hmm. But I'm not making it super sharp to the point. I'm just making it slightly sharper than the other strokes.
It's about contrast. It's about the comparison between things. Mm-hmm. Sharp is sharp when it's compared to something that's not as sharp.
So I'll just take out this is my paint over layer. I'll take it out. Oops.
You can, yeah.
If that's what you're looking for, I hope that this helps.
Mm-hmm. So I want to expand upon that piece of candy example. So here's a piece by Craig Mullins. Very, very good painter. Craig.
Oh, he's so good. How does he get that to kind of look?
This is Craig Mullins, his piece. And I think this piece does a really good demonstration of the candy. This right here is a piece of candy. This is left not very detailed. You can see that, like, he basically just built a face around this kind of scribbly mess. And then there's a little bit of stuff to look at. Here's a clear pathway down to another piece of candy. This is the piece of candy right here. It's a high contrast, sharp edge. That gives you something to look at.
You can even see that the brushstrokes have a direction too.
Yeah, he has directionality to his brushstrokes. He's varying them, making them really nice. So here's your piece of candy. Here's like another little piece of candy that you look at. You come down here, look at this, woo! You ride this down to this piece of candy. You ride this down to this piece of candy. And you take your time going around this piece, but ultimately, back in here, there's no detail. Like, if you look at this, it's all just kind of abstract brushstrokes. There's nothing going on. He's kind of just like, scribbles there and scribbles here. And that's how he paints if you've ever watched a demo by Craig Mullins. But you'll notice that the piece holds up really well. If you look at the whole thing, it doesn't look like it's not detailed because he's very good at directing your attention to where he wants you to look. Can I have his name right here? You can screenshot it. Craig Mullins. His website is Goodbrush. Here's another one. Right? Where's the piece of candy? Look at this area of high contrast right here. Really sharp. Really, really sharp area. Then look at this. Completely lost edge right here. He's completely blended that edge and lost it. Same with right here. This is a super soft edge. And then he creates this nice crisp pathway right here. He creates a nice crisp pathway around here. This is a much softer edge than this side. Look at the difference.
The contrast as well.
If you squint your eyes, the left side is much, much sharper than the right side. So he's deliberately going, oh, I'm gonna create a piece of candy right here. Create a pathway. Create a pathway. He's sharpened the edge of the cheek right here. But look at this lost edge. Look at that edge right there. It's completely lost. He's softened it so much to the point where it basically isn't even really there. It's just a blur. But again, the piece doesn't feel like it's not finished. The piece feels finished because every area you're supposed to look has an appropriate amount of detail to it.
Mm-hmm.
This piece.
Oh, that's
look at this. Where do you think he wants you to look? Well, most people would go, oh, I want you to look at the face. He's always talking about how he kind of tries to make a little bit more unexpected places. So when you go, but where do I add contrast? That is your artistic decision on where to add contrast. If you added contrast to where we told you to, you wouldn't be the decider behind the image anymore. So here's a piece of candy right here. Look how framed this is. It's a circle with a really, really, really hot spot in the middle. Very high contrast. If I turn this black and white, you can see very high contrast area. But that's the middle of the shield. It's not the face. And he's adding these really nice... Look at this really nice, strong pose, right? You've got a triangle, and you've got a circle intersecting it. That's a good composition. It's very nice. Look at that. Nice and dynamic. This is basically his composition right here, right? Super, super simple, super effective, and he's leading your eye through the contrast. I couldn't find the piece that I was specifically looking for, unfortunately. He talked about it in a class of his. It was a woman standing in a flower field with her kind of side profile turned towards the camera, but I couldn't find it. It might actually just be in his sketches. Let's see.
I think another thing that could help is also material differences. Here, I want to make this area way different than I want to shade this area way different than you did with the collar, just to differentiate it even more. So like you can combine certain concepts of material rendering and contrast. You know, like here for example, well, you can also try more direct lighting, right? Because I noticed that your lighting is very diffused, which once again isn't bad. But sometimes, you know, you can experiment with saying, okay, well, what if I have a very clear light direction that it has like, so this is my light direction right here. And based on that light direction, I'll shade all this and make this clear. Clear light, clear shadows.
Bro, there's so many good examples.
Yeah. I'm not saying to use this color exactly, but I just wanted to make it clear to see, you know, where the shadow could be. Towards the scalp will generally be in shadow, and then everything else could be in the light. And then so if we took this layer off, it feels like maybe there's a clear sense of hierarchy in the values. So like there's a dark and there's a light. Right, we can give this the same treatment. You know, I want people to focus towards this area, so I want to leave everything else in a darker shadow. Ooh.
I finally found the stinking piece. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah.
You can change.
There we go. This is the piece. This is the piece by Craig Mullins that he talked about in a class of his that I took, and he explained how you'll notice that the side profile is actually not very detailed. He talked about how he actually decided to make the area of highest contrast and highest detail this wrap over of her top going behind her shoulder. And so he left the face and head largely... Is my Photoshop gonna crash?
Uh-oh.
Maybe not. Whatever. He left the face and head largely not very detailed.
I think
I don't know what's going on. Here, let me check really quick. Is something going on?
I have no clue.
Yeah, I think my Photoshop is like
Oh.
ready to crash or something.
Maybe
it's
you
like
can
working,
save?
but it's like not working.
Okay.
I can't save
You
it.
can't save? Okay.
No idea. Well, I can't move around in it anymore, but some of the stuff is working. It's because we're streaming to YouTube and TikTok and working in Photoshop at the same time.
And I also have cameras.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to abort mission with this one probably. Nothing's working.
Oh, that sucks. So moral of the story is I need to do higher contrast. I would say it's not just high contrast, but like play with high versus low contrast, or like soft versus hard edges, and see if you can get to the desired effect that you want. Because I don't think the problem is that your colors aren't clear, and I don't really think there's really anything wrong with it. I just think something that you could think about is those concepts. Because I mean, like, this drawing holds up. Right, this drawing holds up for what it is.
Yeah, it's good. Like
Yeah.
it's great stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You want to look for more?
Yeah, I'll look for more.
Now Photoshop won't open.
Oh, no. Okay, let's just kind of scroll a little bit and see. I did see some Anime Academy homework. Anime Art School homework.
Okay, thank you. Why is this?
Ooh. Just taking a look at Dahlia's hairstyles. Very nice. Ooh. I can see those overlaps, Dahlia. I don't know if you're here, but I just wanted to say that these look great. Very, very nice.
Very nice work.
Yeah.
Wow, is that Dahlia's
Yeah,
work?
this Dahlia's work. Like, look at
That's
that
really
hair.
nice stuff.
Look at that hair.
Look at those nice overlaps.
Yeah, and the flow
So
is
is
way
this
better.
in Procreate or is this in
I
just
don't know.
Discord?
I don't know. Oh,
It's in Discord.
oh, this is in Discord. Yes. Oh, I thought you meant like where you did she do that in Procreate or something? But,
Oh.
honestly, I don't really know if I have much to comment on Dahlia's work. I think it looks great. She just needs to continue.
Yeah. Will Weston, one of my favorite figure drawing teachers, he would say, I used to get critiques in class where the teacher would just say, carry on or keep
Yeah.
going. And he's like, I was always so confused by that. He's like, now that I've been teaching for so long, there are some students that are doing everything right. They just need to keep going. Like, there's no critique. You just keep going.
Yeah. And I saw Artemis's proportion homework too, and I would say keep going too. Like the
Yeah, very
proportions
nice.
are actually really done really well. This is one of the homework assignments from my anime art school, and this is the proportion assignment. Honestly, if I'm just like comparing between the pictures, these honestly look very accurate. It's very good. So good job, Artemis. There's honestly not really much I can critique you on this one. Very nice. You got gesture really good too.
Do companies care if you bootleg Photoshop? No. But Photoshop tries to make it as difficult as possible. I actually had a girl in my class in Art Center who used a cracked version of Photoshop, and it locked her out, and she couldn't turn in her homework. So use it at your own risk. I don't encourage people to do that, right? Wink. I certainly don't encourage people to do that.
What do you think about this piece?
Oh, that's cute.
They say they have trouble with the background. They says it's like my 5th attempt ever.
That's good.
Do you have any comments on this? Or if you want to do this one,
Let me read the thing.
Melody.
If it's only your
Melodies
5th attempt, I would do 100 more attempts. Like, it's really a mileage thing. Like, I don't think it looks that bad. I think it looks pretty good. But if you've only ever tried 5 times, no matter what I can tell you, it won't help you get better that much. Because it's more about trying. It's more about experimenting and trying things than it is the critique. Like, I could definitely give you some tips, but my main tip would be just do more. It's like, keep going, try more.
Yeah.
If you tried 5 times in 2 years, then by the time you're good at backgrounds, it'd probably be, what's that, 2.5 times per year. You'd have probably, if you were going to do 1,000, it'd probably be like 500 years.
How do you sign up for classes? This, you can go to our website, drawanime.com. Anime Art School, that is our program. It is basically like a college for art,
Yeah.
but much cheaper. And you can do it at your own
good, though.
pace.
Like,
Yeah.
I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I would say, think about the lighting. Whereas if it looks to me like there's direct sunlight, which casts major shadows.
Yeah.
Where are those shadows, and how can you use them compositionally to tell your story? But I think as far as them looking at each other, I think compositionally it looks pretty good.
Melody says, I meant like 5th attempt on doing the perspective on that piece.
Oh, the 5th attempt on this piece. Well, that's good. That's really good then.
That is really good.
I would say I really like how this kind of keeps you in the piece, this angle here, and also this angle of the umbrella. That's good.
That's good. I would
And
not
I
change
would
that.
say I like how this little umbrella in the cup points over towards her. That's great. And to me, it kind of looks like you're looking.
I'll put this in
Okay,
Procreate.
yeah.
Or you can put a
I
link
could
on
probably
here.
just put it in my Photoshop.
Yeah, it's probably easier.
I honestly think it turned out pretty well. Cat hair in the air. It's trying to get into my lungs. I don't even know where it is.
It's down lower. There.
There it is. Yeah, this looks really nice. So this right here is the sky. Up above this is the sky, right?
It looks like it.
And this maybe is the sun? It just doesn't look finished to me. I would keep going with it. Keep trying it.
I would say make decisions. Where's the light? Because that's going to be, really important. Supposed to be sunset with fireworks.
Cute.
Okay.
Something to me feels like the horizon line
I'm gonna BRB. I gotta check on
should
the
maybe be like here.
food.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to necessarily color the piece for you.
Yeah.
I would say right now it's mostly just a setup. I would say it looks to me like the water ends a little bit too soon. I think your horizon line might actually be more like here. You can see that kind of feels like the ocean rather than like a pond or a lake now. Because if this goes all the way to the horizon line, and you've got a tilted horizon, so in reality the piece is like, right, kind of like this. But I think it works good. It looks like you haven't really started coloring on it yet, which is totally fine. I would say keep an eye on stuff like this girl right here. She feels like she's actually pretty close to these palm trees. It looks like the palm tree is like this big compared to her. So keep an eye on like scale. If this is like an outcropping, I would say this would probably be, if they were going to be that far back, they would probably have to be like, probably like back there somewhere. Pretty far into the distance. It's a foreshortening thing. It honestly feels like she might be, it might be more accurately scaled right here. I wouldn't necessarily recommend shrinking the character, because if you shrink her, then we don't get to look at her anymore, right? If we do this, if we shrink her to the size that she should be, we wouldn't be able to look at her. So I would just say probably we want to bring her closer. Totally up to you, of course. She could even be like here. See, that feels a little bit more scale accurate. And I also, one critique that I've heard many times in classes that I've taken is be aware of the distance between the things you want people to look at. So if I want someone to look at her and her, pushing them real nice and close together, even like in an unnatural way, like for real life, helps a lot. Like the shorter distance that you can make between looking at them, you'll shorten the amount of time people have to think. The read will get faster. But I would say, you know, I don't actually have your original one sec. I drew directly over it, didn't I? There we go. See? It kind of feels more like the ocean now. We can make her close. It's kind of it's more of a like a foreshortening thing. So if you were to take the top half of this girl's body, right? And you were to take the top half of this girl's body, and let's just say we go back in perspective like this, they're getting short, or they're getting smaller really, really fast. If you go over here to this one, she's like a giant, right? It should probably be like this big. So she's probably like 12 feet tall or like 10 feet tall or something. So just like slightly adjusting her position will make her a little bit more accurately scaled. So yeah, that's what I would say with this one. But since it's not colored at all, I don't know what lighting situation you even want to go for. If it's like sunset with fireworks, I would say just start painting it. Yeah, so that's what I ended up doing there.
Oh yeah, that looks really good.
She's just a bit big.
Yeah.
But
would you omit the trees or
omit the trees?
like on the side, like on the very?
No, they
edges?
were just giant.
Oh, okay,
okay. Like, or if they were tiny, you can see like she looks very big, but the trees back here look very small. They would be like less than the height of a person, probably. But yeah, I like your composition. I think it works really well. All right.
Ooh, Kevin.
Who?
Kevin.
Ketsu, Kev, are you here? We always brag about you on
Wow,
stream.
whoa, look at that.
him.
Holy
Guys,
crap.
I have to show you something.
Oh my gosh, I'm literally speechless.
Do you want to see the work that Kevin submitted for his before and after back in the day? So,
I
I'll do
really
this.
like this one. This one's great.
This is what Kevin's work used to look like. And this is what his work looks like now.
Can I just say this is amazing?
That is
Holy crap.
really good.
Like, this is crazy. This is insane. Like,
Yeah.
look at the flow on this one.
They're good. Kevin has absolutely, in my opinion, made the most improvement. A lot of people have made improvement. That's good. And look at this. Kevin is still submitting his work for critiques. He's like, critique channel. Submit.
These are line work.
Kevin is absolutely
Very
putting in the
cool.
work.
Yeah, we got lovely poses too that feel very like good for the character.
That's wild. I would.
That's crazy.
I'm
stuff.
astounded at how good this is. Too bad stream can't really see these line work.
Yeah.
It looks like this is like a bunch of work in progress stuff he's working on. Kevin worked so hard to achieve amazing art. Yeah. Where is he?
Yeah, where is he? Kevin, where are you?
But yeah, I just
If he's here, I would love to
I gotta say,
do a
super
paint over
cool.
on this one. I know exactly what I would do. But honestly, the shape designs on this costume already work very well together. Wow, these are great.
Yeah, it does look really good.
Rendering his shadows. I'm just kind of looking at different things. Something that this one's a very strong piece.
That's fun.
That one's a very fun piece. They say that there was something missing in it and I can't pinpoint it. Open to all aspects.
It feels like the overall like graphical read, like the overall like composition, value grouping, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I would say with this particular one, squint. Like there are a little bit of like issues with like the perspective and stuff, but ignoring those, the more important thing would be like the overall graphical read of the piece. I would say with this piece, you kind of have to think about what's happening instead of it just kind of like comes to you instinctively, because of the way that the shapes are arranged and the way that the values are arranged and grouped kind of make you spend a little bit of time thinking about it. Like, it looks really good. It's a really nice piece. Very, very difficult to pull off.
It is very difficult to
It
pull
has a
off.
nice flow overall. I would say consider grouping like values. Like, group... I don't...
Wait,
Who's
first,
the... Yeah.
this is a say, SZEI. Are they here? I don't. If we're gonna paint over it, I would rather you be here.
I don't know if I'm going to paint over it.
Oh, okay. Just kind of draw on top, like.
I don't think I have any of the, I don't think I have any of that guy's stuff that I found the other day. What was his name again? Marek Okan. This guy does a lot of this kind of stuff. Like, very dynamic. Yeah, I think a lot of people will chuck their art into the critique channel and not go to stream. But that's
Yeah.
totally fine. We just ask the chat. This guy has an interview.
Applejack's here.
Is he dry?
It's mostly dry.
Guess who had a bath today? Little
Guess who had-
Applejack. Ugh, he walked out. Oh, woe is me.
Big Jackie, yes.
Yeah, Big Back Applejack. But yeah, it's a nice piece.
It is a very nice
very
piece.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm just kind of looking.
What a cute.
Very cute.
Who is still here that submitted? Maybe we can look for people in the chat as well.
Yeah. Cute. Very cute work, Master Magic. Need help with proportions on hands and Drew's torso.
I'm here. Gizmo says here. Koi says here. Karaya says I'm here. In my restless dreams. Art by Rin. Emmy. Froggy art. A lot of Froggy type stuff.
Yeah.
Can we still
People like
submit?
froggies.
You can submit until we close the channel.
Honestly, I think your stuff looks pretty good, Master Magic. I think if you're struggling with hand proportions, I would compare your hand just like this, just go like this, or use it with like, or if you're doing it digitally, just select this, put it to the face, and see how big it is actually to the face. Because your hand generally, for it to be proportional, should be about from the bottom to about almost your forehead. And if her hand looks a bit too small. So just take that. It's like basically about that big on her face. So you might just need to make it a little bit bigger.
What about this one?
Oh, that one's nice. Yeah, sure, we can
They
do that
said
one next.
want to get better rendering and shadows.
Okay. But yeah, that's my critique for you, Master Magic. But just keep on going. I think you're improving a lot. Where was it? I know it was somewhere in the bottom. There it is. Ooh.
Yeah. I feel like this one could get a draw over.
Yes, and I know exactly. I have an idea.
So there's kind of numerous ways that you can light a subject. There's like diffused lighting, and then there's hard lighting.
Yeah.
Which channel is that for the Discord? It's Crit Submission.
Crit Submission. I'm just gonna go in and a little before and after duplicate.
I did mess around a little bit with the all right, Artemis, have a good night.
Bye.
I did mess around a little bit with the new Procreate brushes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, they were kind of fun.
Oh, that's nice. So,
Yummy.
I think your form is very good. I like that you trailed the zipper over her body and made it act like a wireframe. Fantastic. Very nice. I think what you could work on is, I mean, as of course lighting, but directional, like where's the direction of your lighting, and also designing your shadows and all that stuff.
That's a good idea.
Oh.
Boxy, if you're still here, I'll do one for your work next.
So based on this piece, it looks like the lighting is coming from the front, and that's totally fine if you want to do that. For me, if I'm doing a piece like this, I would want the shadows to be a little bit more dynamic, so I'm just kind of pre-planning this in my head. Generally for this kind of piece, I like to have a diagonal lighting from maybe at a 45-degree angle, so that way we can get some nice cast shadows and also some really nice folds on one side, and the other side is maybe a little bit lighter. And
this
so
music is too stressful.
too stressful.
It's too stressful. I'm listening to Ba 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 right now. Ba 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 or nothing. Hold up, where is it?
And I'm not really gonna go. I'm not really going to do anything on like colored lighting because I feel like that can wait. So generally, I like to place my light here. It's a very common lighting scenario where it's like 45 degrees from the top left or right, whichever creates the most dynamic stuff. So you already got some really good colors. I'm not too worried about that. Looks like your base color is this light blue. And I feel like all you really need to do is just start organizing, because I'm noticing you're making a lot of the same decisions on the hair, like the same texture, kind of same shapes. Totally fine, by the way. But just keep it in mind, like here, if my lighting is up here, this I can just block out in shadow, and that would be a nice simple mass. This right here, simple. And of course, Colton, if you have any other additional comments.
Yuming said something really interesting in his class. He said shapes are created by how light is falling across form. So shapes are all you have when it comes to drawing and painting. Like, you're working on a two-dimensional surface. Shapes are created by the way that the light is interacting with your forms. So your shapes will be completely different depending on the lighting direction.
Yeah.
And since the only thing you have to work with is shapes, the reason it's so important to know where your light is because it will literally change everything about your shapes.
Yeah.
Everything about it.
So,
Bro, look at bro.
bro, look at bro.
Look how big he is. Chat. This is you. This is the Asaro head she tells you not to worry about. Good night, son. I forgot. I just saw him. I was like, what?
By the way, is this person here? Colton, is this person here?
I have no idea. Who is it?
Who was it?
Violet? Oh, yeah, I saw.
Okay.
It was the person that said, I'm here.
Okay, okay.
It was, who the heck was that? I think they are. Yes.
Okay,
In
great.
my restless dreams. I just picked one because I saw someone say me in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, so like, based on this lighting scenario, most of the back side of the hair would be in shadow. And so that already simplifies things down a lot more. So here, I mean, to be fair, this is already done very well because you got light against dark. There's just not much lighting direction yet. So this one has a clear lighting direction, but still has light and dark on it, right? In fact, I could make it lighter to achieve that like kind of lighter hair effect. So I can even just go in and lighten this up, you know, because I still want this to feel like the original.
This she? Does anyone know where to find info on like the actual Anime Art Academy camp or something? Yeah, I'll post the link on YouTube right here. DrawAnimeAcademy.com, or you can go to drawanime.com and hit the yellow button. But I just directly linked it to you, so if you want to check it out.
So if my light is coming from this way, I know that this area, which you already have, will be in light. So I'm going to go in and separate them, make it very clear. So I'm putting slightly darker shadows on the top. I'm designing my shapes. So I'm kind of going in a little bit randomly. And then I'm carving. You'll notice that a lot of like anime characters will have like these kind of zigzaggy looking highlights. Or circular highlights, but I'm noticing that there's like a lot of light and then there's highlights on top of that, which can sometimes conflict. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make this part very clear that this is gonna be the highlight. And then I'll add the highlight on top. So just take out all the excess lines and just simplify it down to 2 values, meaning 1 light, 1 dark. So let's just take a little bit of a look. Once again, if you want this to be lighter, we can totally do that. We can go for more of like a teal. You know, this can even work with a very, very low contrast image, right? See, look at this. I made the shadows just a little bit darker, but it's totally fine if I just dropped in this color and it would still work just fine because we still got light and dark separated out. So I'm just gonna actually choose this color because I like this. So I'm trying to maintain it. And that way this reads as a highlight while the base tone still reads as like a nice light base color. And then we'll have some darker dark, slightly darker dark. So this is where you value group. You have 3 values. We got a base color, a highlight, and a shadow. For light hair like this, you can do low contrast in the lights and maybe a higher contrast, but just higher contrast in the dark, but just maybe make it only a little bit more subtle. So we'll take the same blue right in here and just add it where there's really not much light going to be coming through. And that way, that gives extra depth. And I would basically do the same thing with the shirt. Your shirt, I would personally do something a little bit more higher contrast. So like the shadow for like something that's darker would be like half to black. So that means this value, halfway to black, would probably be around here. And then I'm going to tint this a little bit more towards maybe like a purplish blue. And then there, we can actually see that there's a nice clear light and dark. And because our light is coming this way, this side will be in light, this side and towards the bottom will generally be in shadow. So we just want to make that very clear. We can always soften shadows later. Notice that I'm also trying to design how much of the light do I want to show. So maybe this would be like a 70-30, 70% light, 30% in the darkness. Maybe a little bit more than that, but that's your decision. Here's the waist. I think this part is done very nicely. And I want to emulate that by just putting a slightly darker shadow down here. So this is rolling over the form light. This is like a sphere, kind of like a roundish box. This is kind of like a sphere, so it's rendered like a sphere. What brush is that? You can get this brush. Oh, upside down. On our website, drawanime.com. And it's the green button.
Yeah, I drew something. I painted something that I thought looked terrible.
Huh? Then we can go in with the shadow and kind of just like design this. You know, is this a soft material? Is this a harder material? You know, and that's what I would do personally for this piece. You know, for the drop shadow on the neck, I would just block it out into a solid darker tone. Like this. This casts a shadow onto the skin right in here. And it basically imprints the same shape just onto the face. That's why hair shadows kind of look like that. It's because they're just taking the shape and just putting it onto the face. So let's do a little before and after. It's kind of hard to see on the iPad. It's a bit overexposed, but hopefully that helps.
And then what was the,
But it's a very nice piece overall. I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I would go in and just make this part a little bit darker too. Sometimes I'll go into the shadow and just make this part lower contrast, just so that we can still see detail, but it's not overwhelming the piece. And, you know, I think it's great that you added a bit of this really dark contrast up in here. So I'm gonna emulate that. Because I want people to look towards the face, if that's the focal point, right? I'm gonna add more contrast up in here. Keep the shapes interesting.
Are there
Hi,
keys
Apple.
in here?
Yeah.
Apple?
Same with the cylinders. I want this side to be mostly in light, this side to be mostly in shadow, but it's also reflective, right? So we're gonna add a little bit more streaks that match the lighting.
Oh, you're so cute.
Now he's all affectionate after his bath. He's like, I was traumatized. There we go.
Yeah,
Now-
happy as can be.
The light looks like it's coming from this side, predominantly onto the left, and then the rest is in mostly shadow. What program? This is Procreate. Hi, Apple. It's crazy how fast these cats dry after a bath. They're like super soaked, and like within an hour, they're like all fluffy.
Yup. They're wild things.
Let's see. Hopefully that this was helpful. Was it Violet? Yeah, Violet.
What?
Violet was the name.
Oh, there we go.
We can move to you if you want.
Sure. Not entirely happy with it. What?
What brush do you use?
Oh.
Here.
You can go to drawanime.com. It's going to be the green button. It says digital brush or something like that.
You can also find our classes and our
Free
Discord
download,
server.
by the way.
Yes, this is free to download.
So we got this piece. I'm guessing you were watching the stream a little while back with the piece that I did.
With the wall and the onigiri.
Yeah, so I recently did a demo live on stream with some onigiri, and the stream. This was the demo. So if you want to go watch this being painted from scratch, from start to finish, you can go check out our past live streams. But it looks like someone in the chat was working on something a little bit similar. It actually looks pretty good. Like, you've got your light and your dark. So, a couple little things here. I would say the dark side of your wall and this side of your wall are both really dark. But when it comes to this side of the grass right here and this side of the dirt, it's quite light. So at the very minimum, we would probably want to make that consistent by adding dark and dark. You can already see it helps the piece a lot because it just it wasn't consistent lighting wise. But the colors actually aren't that bad. You've got a decent color temperature shift between the light, which is like, this is like a really warm green, right? And the dark, which is like much cooler green. Let me pull that over a bit there. So you can see that the shadow kind of ends right here. And then you jump down to much warmer in the light. And when we jump from the light to the dark, you can see there's a good value jump as well. What you can do is you could even make it, say, a little bit less saturated if you want.
Okay.
Could come down here.
How long are you guys doing critiques for? As long as we feel like.
Yeah, literally. Right, we could mix this up. Like, I could take a little bit of more yellow, just chuck it around here and there. I could take a little bit more green, chuck it around here and there. I want to try and give a little bit of color variation. Could be interesting to look at. And then I could even come in here and go, maybe make like a little focal point or something. I don't really know where I want people to look. So I could create something that's like a focal point. Maybe I come up here and I mess with my flowers a little bit and I like group them. Like, let's say I group them. You have made little clusters. I'd maybe try to make it a little bit more natural by adding, you know, some clusters there and there. And then we're going to come way down here and probably bring this more into like a gray in the shadows. We could do that. Maybe a little bit more. Applejack is rubbing against my pen.
You climb on the deck and mess me up.
Look at this, bro.
He's a clean boy.
This is what I'm drawing around.
Look at his little booty butt. It's all wet.
This is what I'm drawing around right now. Do you want to hold him or take him or put him on his nest?
Yeah, I'll hold him. Come here, baby.
He's like licking my wrist. That's funny.
You good boy. You smell good. You smell like soap.
It's about consistency. The human brain is really good at picking up some things and really bad at picking up other things. So, you know, we could come over here and maybe break that up a little bit. I don't think I would want to get this bright in there, but oh, I'm not even coloring on here, am I? So another question is, why is this all green so far down here? Like, is this really tall grass? It would be very unusual to have grass, like a grassy field that's like this tall.
Yeah.
and like that. So I would say usually with grass, it would probably come up a lot more, maybe around the lines of this. You'd probably have a little bit shorter grass, but you could have tall grass. It's just you kind of want to make the argument for it probably in a little bit of a different way.
Looks like cake.
Yeah.
Chocolate cake with green frosting.
And I would say also, play with the saturations of your colors. So like in the original, we had like, you see like there's kind of this saturation amount, right? With the vibrancy versus gray. And if I go to the shadow and the light, you'll see that that saturation doesn't move at all. A lot of the time, you're gonna get a lot of variation in the saturation. So like, for example, right, if I come down and I just do that, like that will help a lot. Stuff like this. Play with the saturation. That'll help a lot. Cause like when colors mix together, they'll like cancel each other out, especially like complementaries, and you don't always get like super saturated everywhere. Right? And I always like to add extra stuff. So let's just say we've got like a white ball, right? Something like this. Shadow. You could do something like this. I like adding extra things in there, and it gives more context.
How do you? Did I get picked? Nope. How do we go about getting our art critiqued? We're not going to be critiquing everyone, but you can submit your artwork for critique in our Discord server. And our Discord server, our invite is on drawanime.com. That is our website. Or you can just go to our link in our profile and then go through there. And you can post it in Crit Submission channel. That's where you post it.
I like to really try and break up and vary my shapes. So I'll go and I'll add dark, and then I'll add some light on top of it, like over top like this. Because I want it to feel like it's kind of layering, right? Like you have this sort of in and out read. You've got like big in and out reads, and then you've got like small. So you can see like in my shadow now I have more variation. Oops, I turned the wrong one on. There we go. What is this? Some sort of weird smudge brush mechanism. Let's see if we can find something fun to smudge. I don't really use smudge brushes that much. That'll work for now. But you'll notice something. Look. What was I talking about earlier? If I turn this black and white, light on dark, dark on light, dark on light, dark on light, light on dark. You see, like this, it's all that same stuff, right? That's like that checkerboarding. It helps things look interesting because a lot of an image isn't just about looking believable. An image is about being interesting and fun to look at. Like that's why not everybody's a professional photographer. Because like when you take a photo, the photo is just a literal capture of reality. By the same logic, every photo would look amazing if it's just about realism or if it's just about believability. But it's not. There's like composition, there's focal points, there's a lot of different things that lead to photographs looking interesting, and we as painters have to do the same. We've got to do the same thing. I think We as painters have to do the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
See? You can add a little bit of depth below it. Could even get maybe like a little bit more blue from maybe like the sky coming up in here.
How long have you been married?
Over 5
Over
years.
5 years. Can you believe it?
That's crazy. But yeah, I would, you know, and this could be a mushroom, this could be anything. It doesn't have to be a ball. Like as soon as I go in here and mask out this and go like
Whoa.
this, now it's a mushroom. Like it's not a ball. It's like a mushroom is very similar to a ball in that way. And just like understanding form
Isn't that crazy?
as
They're like,
objects
whoa.
turn around, as objects turn away from you, they get more squished. Like this is kind of, so if I had circles on this one would be a circle. This one would be an ellipse. This one would be a squished ellipse.
Wait, that was wild.
Right? Like this sort of thing. So understand form and how to like wrap around that form.
Ooh.
So if you want to,
Maybe put holes in it. That'd be kind of creepy.
So it's really just rendering primitives all the time. You know, you could probably get here and you'd probably get a little bit, maybe a little bit darker right there. As that goes down, you can add another mushroom in the light.
We have a patch of mushrooms growing somewhere in a green belt.
In a circle.
It's in a circle. It's a mushroom ritual.
I took a picture of it. It's in my pocket. It's wild. I'll have to turn my worm mode off.
Well, like basically a bunch of, even like the body is you turn boxes and cylinders into basic forms. If you can see that.
Off.
Ah! It's cute.
That's a mushroom ritual circle we saw.
Or it's like, what are those alien signs? Those
Crop circle?
Crop circles. Alien crop circle.
And you can like add variation to it. So we'll say, oh, we got like a little patch on the mushroom that's like a different color, and it could be something like that. And so then in the shadow you go, all right, I'm gonna warm it up a lot in the shadow, and you know, do
Don't step in it.
something like that down there.
Guys, what's a fairy circle?
A fairy circle? I don't know.
Like people are saying, fairy ring, don't step in it.
I don't know.
I don't know. Hey, J-Tix. Heart mushroom patch would be so cute. It would generally be. It would be so cute.
You know,
Yeah.
something like that could work. And as you add more things, like the believability goes up because there's more for your brain to compare.
Applejack, are you back for more?
I think it's super duper important to be able to draw objects contextually in perspective together. That's like 90% of the heavy lifting. So if I want to draw like a picnic blanket at an angle, or like objects at an angle to each other, I would practice doing this, like overlapping sheets of paper. Practice doing this sort of thing, because that's all I'm doing, is if I add another object in here, I can just add it to the ground, right? And I don't have to draw it. I could select it. And let's just say this is, I don't know, this color. And so by that same logic, I come down, I desaturate, and I turn cool.
It's a Fey thing. Fays leave trapped rings of mushrooms or flowers are the most common. That's interesting.
That is very interesting.
Fun lore.
You like being scrapped on the neck, Applejack? Yeah.
He's really enjoying it.
Maybe we'll do a yellow one.
Oh, a yellow one.
Desaturate. What? Applejack! You're stepping on a silly kitty. Okay.
Okay, now he's gonna be at rest there.
Right? You can have like overlapping pieces of paper. And I would recommend trying this.
Wow.
Watch. You can even do this. We'll put a blue one in here, like a dark blue one. And then we'll put that same color blue one out here. And we'll stick it in the shadow. And we'll come up. Like that. Feels a little bit dark to me.
Wow, look at that.
I would literally just practice doing this sort of stuff. I would do still life studies. Set up a lamp on your desk, get some colored construction paper, chuck some items and objects on there, and do some still lifes. You will learn so much by painting from observation. So much. When rendering it all together, how do artists get those colors that go in between all of those colors? Really sure. How detailed do you think the grass should get? How much do you want people to look at it? And you could make the grass super duper detailed, but if it's low contrast, it won't really be that detailed. So the casting shadow of the mushroom kind of neutralizes the one of the wall on the rectangles. No, and to be fair, if this were done more accurately, it would look more like this. This one would be softer because it's further from the wall, and this one would be harder, so it would probably look something like this. But again, the softening of the shadows is not like that important. It would be more like that. And this would be all soft.
Whoa, are you doing the
It's
mixer
on a
brush?
different layer.
Oh.
So it'd probably be like this. You'd have like a sharp shadow because shadows get softer as they get further away from the object that's casting it. So like if I have a pole, let's just do this, right? If I've got a pole and it's casting a shadow, let's just say here, that's my shadow. As I get further this way, the shadow is going to soften, and it's going to get softer up here, and it's going to be sharper down here. That's just a property of cast shadows. So you can imply that. So you can see that distance right there is much further than this distance right here. So I just went ahead and created the illusion of soft versus sharp. But these shadows, since there's one light source, when they come together, it's just going to become one shadow. It's just a property of how cast shadows work. But you would learn this by doing still life studies. Like just chuck some objects on the table, your phone charger, some construction paper, pieces of paper, objects that cast shadows, turn a light on, open the blinds of the window, and just take out your iPad or your tablet and just literally draw it from observation. Like straight up draw it from observation. I'm really quickly just gonna
Gizmo, if you're here, I have some comments on your stuff, and there'd be like really quick ones too.
What the heck? I don't really, where are my still lifes at? These ones? Yeah, like this sort of thing. Like, whoa. that didn't work. There it goes. This is like a little quick still life that I did of just a couple sticky notepads and my phone charger. It was very fast. It didn't take long. I've got the blue light from the window, and you can see that blue window light is filling up all these shadows. The white reflects the purple.
This is what you've done in anime art school.
Yeah, this is one of the my lessons in anime art school. And I just put on a little lamp. I stack a couple of objects, and I just paint it with a basic round brush. And I would really recommend you just do dozens and dozens of these. Everybody who's struggling with color and shadows, do like a dozen still lifes of stuff like this. You will get like 50 times better at color. You'll get 50 times better at understanding light and shadow and all of that kind of stuff.
I really like your vase still like that one, the one
You
with
like
lemon.
this one?
I like that one. That one looks really cool.
Yeah, this was another one that I did. And like created the illusion of reflections on the table. This is another lesson in anime art school. This is from my painting and rendering class. This is another one. This is one of my breakdowns. Right? I separated the lights and the darks. I added my darks. And then I chose colors for it. But this is just a simple still life setup with like 3-4 objects. Flowers, vase, lemon on a table next to a wall.
I actually really like the brush strokes that you did in the background.
Oh, these?
Yeah, those.
Yeah, I don't really know what I was up to.
I liked it. I like it.
But yeah, it's like a really quick still life. Just do dozens of these. They'll help with your colors so much. Like the reason that I can come in here and do this sort of thing is just because I've done so much.
Aw, thanks, Gizmo. Gizmo says, buying anime art school was the best decision I've ever made. Well, I feel like it
That's
really shows.
awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah. I come in here and do that because that's how it works. And if I want this to come off a little bit, I just do that. Now look, oh my gosh, it has depth to it. And the same thing here. You can just go...
Is there a bit of simultaneous contrast with the red and the green of the grass? No.
Similar.
Similar, but...
It could be. And I'll just go, oh, do I want to add depth to this? Well, I just kind of go like that. And I can add that in there. Like, it feels pretty good. This is off. By about that much.
Very nice.
You could come down here and grab the green of the grass and go...
The blue is very vibrant in the shadow, too.
Yeah, I could grab like a different...
Oh, I like it. I don't...
Like a different brush or something for myself. Ooh, this one spins. Look at that. Fancy.
Wow. Spinning.
Right, these would have all kinds of shadows and stuff in here, but I'm not drawing them because I'm not concerned about them right now. I could just imply like a couple of little overlaps here and there and integrate these. That would work good.
I love the
So
mushroom.
yeah,
It's
if someone had like a confetti party and they left all their confetti lying around, this is like kind of what it would look like. Are you ready to go to a...
Yeah. How much is the art school and what do I need for it?
You would need digital tools, so like Procreate or a computer or Krita, simple digital art tools. Any program is fine. And the art school, which is like the whole school, so it's not just a class, it's like an entire college, is $497. And you get 7 different classes, and they're big. They're like 14-week classes. It's like a whole, there's 3 terms, so it's like if you were to go to an art college. And I teach all this stuff. I do demos on all this kind of stuff. I explain everything.
He does.
But yeah, anyways, that's like kind of how I would do this, right?
Look at that.
So you'll notice that especially like one of the biggest things is there's no saturation change in yours. you want to play with saturation as well as color temperature, because saturation is color temperature, right? If I put orange here and I put gray in the middle, the gray is a cool. Like, this is cooling the gray down. As I get cooler from the orange,
That's orange?
as I get cooler, it's like a yellowish orange. I would say, I could come in here and
Oh,
make it
yeah.
more orange. But if I'm working with a cool color like this, as I make this gray, that's a warm. And so you'll notice, like, oh, there's warm and cool. So this is a very warm green, right? So if I wanted to cool it down, I could literally just go to gray. That's cool. You don't have to go to blue. You can go to gray and it will cool it down. But say, for example, this paper right here, this is like a really warm yellow, right? If I want to cool this yellow down, check this out. I just take this yellow, I won't even change the color. That cooled it down.
I want to show something really quick.
It's because gray is cool compared to it.
So this was a
Oh yeah, Christina did like a study recently.
study that I did, and it's very, very warm. And I did a little experiment where I literally just put pure gray, like no saturation, anything whatsoever, and I placed it on here. It literally looks like blue.
Yeah, it's so cool compared to the warmth of
Yeah.
the image.
And it was like insane. I'm just like, there's no tint whatsoever. It's just bog standard gray. And I'm like, wait a second, this actually looks blue. That's so cool. But anyways, that's what I wanted to show. I'll probably post
Do we
this
get an
sometime.
actual degree from it, or is it more from learning? It's for learning.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the way to get a job as an artist is to have a good portfolio. So basically, the only thing between you and a job is work quality. It's one of those industries that's all portfolio. So yeah, we do what we can. We like running an art community. I said that back when I was in high school and I was just starting my journey. I knew that eventually I would want to start a YouTube channel and teach people for free and build some sort of educational platform.
Can we see people's before and after?
Yeah, it's actually on the website. If you want to go to Draw Anime, that link I posted earlier, drawanimeacademy.com, I'll post it again.
I have it here.
Look, we changed our banner.
Yeah.
So this is some work from before and afters.
Yeah,
That one here.
these are some of our students.
Mm-hmm.
But that's on the website. You can check it out as well. If you
Yeah.
just scroll down a little bit, Shiro.
That's Kevin's.
Yeah, there's
I'm always
there's
just
Mr.
amazed by
Ketsu Kev.
Kevin's. Yeah. There's just some before and afters, and there's also a lot more before and afters. Well, not before and afters, but there's a lot more like work and improvement in our Anime Art School channels in our Discord server. Like for instance, Dolly's work has definitely improved a lot. Gizmo's work has improved a lot. Rowan, there's a person named Rowan, was it? Who posts a lot of their homework these days?
Oh yeah, Roan.
Roan, yeah, Roan. Their stuff is great. So I'm gonna cover a little bit, just some quick tips for what you could do, Gizmo. I think your stuff looks really good, and you said that you were struggling with a bit on anatomy and stuff. What I would do is I would take this finished piece, like if you just want to like fix this, and I would lower the opacity, and I would literally just start like drawing over this and just seeing like what could I fix. So what I'm noticing here is that the torso, if you want this to be more like realistic proportion, there would need to be some adjustments. But overall, this is a very good and very, very cute style. So here,
Sorry, aggressive typing. All right.
aggressive typing ASMR. What I would do is I would go in and just start clarifying, like, okay, where's the upper body turning? How big is the upper body, right? Because right now it's a little bit hard to see what's happening, but I know that you're trying, right? I'm noticing that if I place my proportions, if this is going back in space, this is actually going to appear a lot higher.
Boxy, I'll post your thing if you want. I posted it in ArtShare 3 and I pinged you.
In fact, I want this to be a little bit darker. So I would literally go in and just modify it from here. Alpha lock. I'm gonna do black. Easier to see. And then the legs will come out. So I think the pose in itself is actually quite good. Like it's not really all that big. It doesn't really need much adjusting. This leg right here is great. This leg going down is great. But we can actually further push it back. Oop. Applejack. We can further push it back.
Really quick.
Yeah. By actually showing the skirt going over the form like really, really obviously. And then this goes back. And in fact, I think that my legs are still a little bit too long. So I'm just gonna go up here, make it even shorter.
All right, fine. Hold up.
Okay.
There is Applejack. I should probably turn on the kitty light.
Kitty light.
Where are you? There. He's like, ah!
I didn't even see that.
He's like,
Ah!
he's so cute.
I've been scratching his neck. He really likes that.
I know.
With my nails.
He's so cute.
He is cute.
Anyways, there you go. Dust Baby, we do call him Dust Bunny.
He is a dust bunny. So this is like my structure that I would do on top of this drawing. The chest, can be whatever size you want. I can even just do the same size as you did. Right in here. And so you can see that the thickness of the body needs to be worked on. You just need to add in the other side. So I'm going to go in and use this as an overlay.
Well, that's crazy.
And I'll just start painting over.
Look at the camera. Look at the scene.
Whoa, ew. That's weird. Bye, Koi.
See ya.
Oops. What? What's going on? I keep doing the wrong thing. There we go.
Does a line of action help? Actually help? I feel like it throws me off. Line of action is good. Think of the line of action as more of a statement of the overall flow of the pose. Like the line of action generally is like what the limbs and body refer to.
Mm-hmm.
So the line of action is super helpful. It kind of gives you, it tells you what to use as like the point of your pose essentially. Like how would you explain it exactly? Like it kind of gives you the gist of where your pose is going.
Yeah.
You don't have to like follow it.
It's like a frame. It's like a very...
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's more like a suggestion. It's like auto-tune. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like auto-tune.
Look at bro.
Here, the light comes up here and goes into darkness here.
Bro, it's so big.
So this is just by like drawing a quick overlay on top. And then this arm can come out further.
Oh, I forgot. Gloria, are you still here?
Oh yeah, Gloria's
That's
here.
wild, chat. Gloria sent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 galaxies earlier.
Yeah, it was crazy.
7 galaxies. Gloria, I don't know if you're hearing this, if you're receiving this message. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
We're
glad that you enjoy the streams.
Yeah.
6, 7. Oh my goodness, Boxy.
6. Did you say 6 or 7?
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to, after you do this, I'll talk about our video that we made the other day on stream too.
So this is a great opportunity to also add form. Like, literally, I just simplified the waist into a box. And I'm literally just going in and just giving the opportunity to show depth. With the belt, with the skirt. And this doesn't look too bad anymore. Not that it looked really all that bad to begin with. It just needed a bit of extension on the arms and a bit of the waist.
So chat, you remember that video, that TikTok that we made live the other day on stream? Whole thing, from the conception of the idea, to the recording, to the editing, to the re-recording and re-editing, everything was done live on stream. We went through the process of how we make TikTok videos. I don't know if anybody here was there. It had to do with 6'7" and Labubu's. Yes. Well, I'll show you how the video did. So TikTok, kind of mid.
Is this like your job or commission? Will answer that.
This one, it did 29,000 views so far on TikTok. It's still going up. On Instagram, it's at 34,000 views. And then on YouTube, on YouTube Shorts, I think it did 16,000 views. So kind of a mid results, but it was fun. And we've actually been considering, we think we're going to be doing more what's it called? More TikToks and stuff on stream in the future. We'll record our process, we'll hang out with chat as we do TikToks. We were thinking maybe Tuesdays.
Yeah,
No promises.
Tuesdays, no promises, but I mean,
We're
we
thinking
might as well.
Tuesdays might be work while live on stream day.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well like have fun while we also work, right?
Yeah.
I really like this pose. It's really cheeky.
So if y'all are free on Tuesdays, we're thinking about doing some work streams. That's Lau's character, right?
Yeah, that's Lau's character. Yeah, I would do the same thing here. I would just lower this. And also, chests are big, so they take up a lot of space. So don't be afraid to just fill the whole, basically most of the canvas with the chest.
Awesome pizza crust. Welcome.
And then it'll be proportional. Right, you don't have to fit everything. Like, you don't have to fit the torso and the chest all at once. It can just be like this. And
Yeah.
that now it feels proportional. So, like, everything looks great. You just need to, like, readjust some things. And just, as always, you know, check your proportions. You know, here's the bottom nose to the pit of the neck.
Yeah, we do have a Discord server.
Yeah, we do. And one hand length downwards. Here's the rib cage. The chest, you know, for a larger chest size will definitely go beyond the opening of the rib cage, you know, because that's kind of how anatomy works with fat and stuff. So I always recommend just making those little tick marks. That will help a lot. But yeah, like, I really didn't need to fix anything other than just change the bust size, or just to change the ratio, right? Before, after, which one feels a bit more proportional. But overall, very good work. I really like this stuff. And this one actually, it already looks pretty good in general. Like, I think one thing I would change is her face looks a little bit wide. Like, and her, like, this is, instead of her face kind of looks like this. If I were doing this from like the front view, her face looks kind of wide. But with a few adjustments, it'll be fine. And all you have to do is actually just change the size of the eye, of this eye right here. And, whoops. Let me duplicate this.
So would you move this eye in, or would you simply switch that eye?
I would first try this one here, because that one, actually, I could actually move this one instead. Maybe that's actually easier. And I'll probably move this too. I'll twist it, and I'll move it a little bit closer. Hey, there we go. Maybe make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it's like very close.
Yeah, it's like you just need to tweak it a little bit. So this is what it was before. After. It's kind of crazy how, like, you're very close. It's just
like nuance at this
It's just
point.
nuance at this point, exactly.
Better question would be, what days aren't live on? Yeah, lately we've been streaming a lot. We have been streaming a lot lately. Been having a good time.
Mm-hmm. We have. I'll just merge this. I'll merge this because this is the paint over layer. So yeah, that's my paint over for these. All I did was I just moved the torso, the hips up more and added a little bit of foreshortening. And there we go. Overall, very good work, Gizmo. Really like it. It doesn't really need to move that much more. Like,
Not really.
not really. I'm trying to keep the integrity of their style. So if I pushed it a little bit too close, it would probably look a bit too different.
If you were to critique Dragon Ball Z, you'd say the eyes need to move out.
Yeah.
Like, I would say there's a point at which it's within an acceptable range where it's not, like, distracting.
Yeah.
Our
that's a good point.
critiques are, like, not geared towards changing things into what we would prefer. It's more like they think something looks off and they can't figure it out.
Yeah. And you know, for me, like I would graphically, a lot of hair shading is also very graphic. So like I noticed that there's a lot of light, not a lot of dark, so I can't really see where the light is coming from. So we could just separate that. Oh, there we go, separated. You know, here as well, I like to separate top and bottom side or inside section. Make it consistent. Very cute.
Hey, Stardust.
Hey, Stardust. You should do streams like this a lot. Well, we'll see. If we have fun, then we'll probably do them more often. You know, I'm having fun. I wouldn't mind doing this more often. We just gotta pace ourselves and stuff and choose wisely. Here, I would definitely show shadow, because this is going away from us from the light, and this is going forward. This strand right here. So I really want to show that clear communication. There we go.
Actually, there was one thing that I really liked about Zue in FZD, is he would give really contextual critiques and feedback as well.
Contextual feedback, that's good.
Like, that's all there is. That's
Yeah.
all there is, contextual feedback. Like, everything is nuanced. Everything has context to it. Who's this, Gizmos?
Yeah, this is Gizmos.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
What was the one before this one? I think it was mine.
Yeah, it was Colton's.
I think it was this one. They were asking about color, so I did this little demo for him. Who was that, Boxy? What was your question anyway? Crypt submission.
Pineapple.
Before you learn some fields and forests. Yeah. On handling of color and stuff. How to handle color, how to adjust the saturation, using grays effectively, stuff like that.
This is a fun
Cast
piece.
shadows. I don't know. This kind of stuff. Using edges to bring attention in. Whatever. Fundamental stuff, you know.
The ugly squid. This piece is kind of fun. Very busy, but it's kind of cool.
Even if you go over our work, do you tag the person if they're not there? No, we don't. We're not doing feedback if the person's not on stream.
Didn't really ask a specific question. Oh, Boxy's there.
And we're not doing everybody. There's too many.
Yeah.
We're kind of just doing whatever ones kind of call out to us. I think there's most critiques end up being very similar a lot of the time. Most things are like compositional. Some things have like little tweaks.
Yeah.
And so you can actually cover a bunch of critiques by critiquing a single artwork, because most things are recurring.
Yeah.
Like if you've critiqued like 50 people, you've pretty much seen every single issue that tends to pop up. Lighting direction, color changes, compositional, posing, you know, confusing value grouping, stuff like that.
I don't know if they're here. Actually, I should have
Common
asked.
mistakes. Yeah, it's always the same. It's like if you think if you're like driving, like your driving instructor has helped, hundreds of people learn how to drive. It pretty much always just boils down to like a couple of issues, like about problems that people have. Your hair's kind of.
Oops. Ugly squid is here. So something that I would do is I really like this piece. It's a very ambitious piece.
Didn't really ask a specific question. It's all good.
Yeah.
I knew it was a study.
I feel like this piece could really do well with value separation. Like, what do you want people to focus on? Do you want people to focus on the characters, or do you want people to focus on the background? Do you want it light against dark, right? everything just kind of feels like a very similar noise level.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go in. Man, what if I even just did multiply? I'm just doing this as like a little quick thing.
By
not
the
very
way, if you would like to give people critiques and help out, we have a art help and a critique channel in our Discord server. You are more than welcome to go and give people feedback and critiques on your own. I'm sure they would really appreciate it.
Yeah. Let's darken this whole thing.
Look who it is.
Applejack. You better not.
He's trying to bartend everything.
Are you know
Little silly.
You cute little toe beans.
You're so cute.
You are cute.
Nice and clean.
So like, just by separating it like this, now the attention is on the characters. The only thing is that I'm kind of wondering what kind of lighting is this? Is this like festival lighting? So if that's the case for
Now
this
you
kind
want to
of,
go. Where you want to go? You want to go eat?
so for this kind of lighting, I would probably make it a little bit dimmer and maybe warmer, because right now it kind of looks like there's not much lighting information or color, which is, you know, totally fine.
Is doing master studies better than life drawing? Probably not. It's really difficult to say. Master studies are so helpful. They're so good and important. But life drawing, you can't get the level of nuance with color and value and lighting copying from a photo than you can from life. Like, you just can't.
Don't really want that.
It's very difficult to say. I would surely recommend both. Master studies are like you're looking at an expert and seeing how they solve the problem. Life drawing is like you're solving your own problem. You could do a master study from life. Like, how about this? Go to a museum and do a drawing from life of the statue. Then you'll be doing both. I'll be going now. Learned a lot. As
Okay.
always, awesome. Hope to see you again.
I
Which
kind of
channel do I submit one? It's the channel with the 3 stars. It says crit submission.
Yeah. What I'm doing here is I'm kind of just, I definitely want this to still remain, like, light, and I want it to, but I'm gonna make it a lot fuzzier. I feel like all this stuff can just be, like, majorly toned down in value, and just the light can be, shown. So now it feels like a festival. Now this, on the other hand, we can very good attention to detail, by the way. I would
Yeah.
just say it's very noisy, which can take away from the characters' faces.
If you want to add a bunch of detail, like, where do you want people to look? Do
Yeah.
you want people to look at the kimono?
Yeah, do
It's
you want?
a kimono, right?
Yeah, it's a kimono. Or
is that
yukata?
the boy version? Yukata?
Yukata, I think.
My question is, where do you want people to look?
Because, like, it seems like you put a lot of attention here. And because a lot of characters are, like, looking towards this point. And I feel like that could be the focus. But I'm also getting trapped by this right here. And all this. And all this. And I think it's beautiful. It's a very beautiful kimono. I would love to wear it. It's just maybe taking away too much from the story. So I would tone down. Like, I would even go in and just, like, let me think. Now, this is like a very quick solution, but I would just dial down all this.
Yeah, you can retain the detail but lower the contrast. It'll make you look at it less.
Yeah.
Because essentially what you have is a lot of these details are like white on black. It's like the highest level contrast that you could possibly have in an artwork, which is totally fine. It just grabs a lot of attention.
Yeah. And, you know, I could add a bit of light in here in lighting information and leave some of this out. Just to say, like, maybe this is like top lighting. So now I feel like it's a little bit more organized. So let me just duplicate this and merge all this, because I'm actually curious to see how this all looks. So, like, this is what it looked like. Wait. Yeah, this is what it looked like before. Very good potential. This is what it looks like after. I feel like it still needs some organization, but I think it's more character focused now. It's kind of hard for me to really modify this piece a lot without ruining it. What do you think, Colton?
I think Applejack's eating our.
Uh-oh.
Apple, no.
He's trying to eat the.
Hey,
No,
take
I
it
done
off.
took it off.
You can't see him.
No, it fell.
I would say,
Oh.
yeah, number one, it's the I would say the main difficulty with this one. No, he's going for more.
He's going for
Quit it.
more.
You can't do that. This is a kitty free zone. This is a kitty destroying our stream room free zone. The main issue with this one is like I don't know where to look at.
Yeah. Like everything's like screaming, look at me.
I think the most important thing in this shot is this person reacting to the fish.
Yes.
Like that is what I would want to call all of my attention to. Shh. Hey, I'm gonna spin you around and you're gonna face us, mister.
Oh yeah, do you want to go off now?
Like, what do I want to call the attention to? Proportional issues, don't care right now. I don't care about fixing the proportions if I don't even know what to look at.
Yeah.
I don't care about fixing the anatomy if I don't know what to look at. That can be fixed. It can be fixed later. Compositionally speaking, I don't really know what to look at in the shot. Am I supposed to look at the bottom corner with the super detailed kimono? Am I supposed to look at the light in the top left corner? Like what do I want to call attention to, right? In my opinion, the number one thing, this is what someone, like, if you were working and you had an art director, they would not zoom in and start fixing the anatomy. They would start going, what do I want people to look at? Where is the focal point? What is the thing that is supposed to be looked at?
I even just thinking like, what if?
You know what I mean? Like you could retain the whole essence. You could retain the style. You could retain the facial expressions. And just by tweaking a couple of things, you could make the image make sense to anybody that looks at it. And then you can go back in and go, oh, lighting tweaks. Oh, I'll tweak the eye. Oh, this eye needs to be rotated just a teeny tiny bit. That stuff does not affect the overall composition or like where do you look. Hey! You're a menace today.
Oh, meat's done in the oven. So what I did here is I actually made her bigger. These are secondary. I think earlier
And there's so many ways you could do it too.
there's so many ways.
There's literally an infinite number of ways. Like we talked about them earlier on stream. This kind of stuff.
I'll be RB. I gotta put away the
Sure.
meat.
Christina's got to take something out of the oven or put something in the oven. I don't really know. Right? You could do light on dark. You could do dark on light. You could do a combination like shake welding or checkerboarding. These are different ways to like call attention to things, right? You even have like contrapposto going on here. You can call attention to something through edges, right? The rectangle in the middle is having attention called to it through the edges. So there's like many, many, many different ways to solve the same problem. But essentially it boils down to where do you want people to look at? And I would say with this piece, that's like the main thing. Like I feel like you really know this reaction, right? The moment of what is it? I was listening to a director one time talk about like the most powerful shot in a movie is the moment you look at someone's face that is realizing something. What is this person realizing? What are they realizing, right? I think he's realizing he doesn't like this fish very much. So everything in the image to me is going to support this concept of the moment his face reflects the fact that he's thinking something. It could be happiness, it could be sadness, it could be whatever. So it's like every single thing in this entire shot, like I would literally say like just cropping it to here would do a good job. But you want to include the other characters, right? So the other characters would be like supporting actors that are kind of observing this happen. Like that's what I would say. Style, color choices, line work style, what they're wearing, all of that stuff is like secondary to the story. Because this is obviously a storytelling shot, right? It's not like a character design T-pose. It's not a 360 turnaround to show the costume. This is a shot that is showing someone reacting to something and then two other people observing it. And it's a nice piece. Like, I like the story, right? I would say you got that really good. I don't know whose piece this is, by the way. Whose piece is this anyways? Who? Ugly Squid? So Ugly Squid, are you on YouTube or are you on TikTok? And like you'll notice that like most critiques, there's like a difference. There's like a difference a lot of the time between like professional critiques. That why the reason that critiques and mentorships are so expensive is because if you take a mentorship from like a professional artist, it's like deeper level thinking, right? Like you get a critique from someone who's not a pro or who's an amateur, they'll be like, I feel like I might want to tweak the eye a little bit. Oh, I feel like the anatomy right here might be a little bit off. You get a critique from a professional and they like zoom way out. They go, what am I looking at? What's the storytelling? And they'll literally just make like a couple little adjustments and all of a sudden the artwork looks like professional. Like I would really recommend like taking a mentorship in classes. Like of course don't skip your vegetables, right? Don't skip your fundamentals. Like perspective and lighting and anatomy and costume drawing and drapery and composition and master studies and doing still lifes and doing facial expression studies. Like you want to do that. Those are like your exercises, right? But those are like your component skills, right? So some people, like for example, this piece right here that I painted over earlier, this was a practice assignment, right? They're practicing rendering. They're practicing these skills like rendering in perspective and texture indication. The piece that you submitted, this is an illustration that tells a story. And so when we critique this piece, we're critiquing how effectively does this image tell a story. Because if we were to fix a fold on the shirt, it wouldn't help it tell the story, right? It wouldn't improve the story. If we were to fix, like it may be a little tiny bit, but not a lot. If we were to go, I don't know, whatever, the guy's hand looks kind of weird or something, like it wouldn't help the story that much.
You're focusing, like it's like not seeing the forest for the trees.
Maybe so.
Here, you want a bite?
What is it? Meat? Come in. Any advice on how to go from realistic style to stylized while retaining some realism? Kind of like Junji Ito. Stylization is like levers. Levers, not lovers. There are lovers of stylization. I like to think about stylization like this, right? Let's choose this brush, not that it matters. Right? So we got these levers here. Here's a lever, right? And you got all these, whatever, in here. Here's a lever. And you can pull this lever up and down, right? And there's all these different levers. Let's get rid of this really quick. Here's a lever, here's a lever, here's a lever, here's a lever, here's a lever. There's all these different levers, all right? And these are like your core fundamentals. All right, and these levers have stages. So this one right here might be like here. This one right here might be like here at the bottom. This one might be at the top. Style is taking these same fundamentals and moving the levers, right? You have levers like color. And maybe up here is extreme. And down here is like very, very muted. Up here could be like, I don't know, shapes. Down here is like realistic. Up here is like really, really distorted. Like Frankie from One Piece, right? Frankie from One Piece versus a very realistically proportioned character. They're both anatomy, right? They're both anatomy. One of them is very pushed shape-wise. The other one is not. The reason that if you learn foundation, you get better at stylizing things. Like, stylization is a skill. You can practice it. Right? Do you know what PogChamp face is? Isn't that the guy that's like that? It's like a Twitch thing, right? Anatomy, right? Is it realistic or is it stylized? The bicep is still the bicep. The abs are still the abs. The pecs are still the pecs. Right? Super.
I love that guy.
Right? There's perspective. Right? There's all these different levers, and they're like dials, right? You can dial them from like 0 to 100. And so the reason that, for example, on my ArtStation, I can go from this right here, cutesy,
Fun.
silly, fun, to this in one single artwork is because I'm just adjusting those levers. This is realistic. This is desaturated. The proportions are more realistic. It's much more realistic. Human proportions, human lighting, realistic rendering. And then you come down here to something like, I don't know, something goofy like this. It's not human proportion. The chicken is giant. The barn door's not the right size. The colors are really pushed. And it's the same skill set. It's just applied in a different way. And so you want to learn that skill set, and then you can practice applying it in different ways. All right? That is my recommendation. I've worked on a bunch of different projects. I've worked on everything from realistic AAA games to mobile silly games. And I've done Bakugan cards, and then the project after Bakugan was like BioWare's Anthem, like a realistic grounded game. All right? Like, this is much more gritty realism. You got photo textures, you've got realistic lighting, you've got realistic depth. It's not stylized, it's not distorted very much. This one's a little bit stylized. This one's a little bit stylized, right? Proportion is one of those for sure.
Bakugan cards? Yeah.
So like, you know, you like stylizing things. Like, you draw a box and you just go like, okay, I'm gonna stylize this box.
Make it curvy.
You know, and you can make it silly, like, or you even take this and you go up here, and you take this and you go up here. So like, you can do a really stylized house with goofy proportions, a giant window, you know, a tree. Or you could do something much more realistic, and it's like about the proportion and the shapes and like distorting things. Or you could do something much, much more realistic, and it's the same fundamentals. They're pulled and pushed and pulled and dialed up and down. So like, a lot of people, they kind of get really wrapped around style, but it's all the same thing. They're just applied in different ways. I'm telling you right now, a lot of professional artists, and I hate to say this, can do your style and make it look a lot better. And the reason is because they have like that foundational stuff.
It's like
that's
they can upgrade your style.
That's
like,
just it.
Like a lot.
There's infinite connections in the industry. No, I went to a school called FZD School of Design. Most of my class, I had 33 classmates. There were 90 people enrolled in the school, a little bit more than 90 people. I met and talked to most of them over that year. A lot of them are working professionally nowadays. Art Center, met a lot of people. But like, I'm telling you right now, the industry is not very big. Everybody
Kind of knows each other.
knows someone who knows everybody. And I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I had a teacher in Art Center named Ahmed Al-Duri, and he was a teacher at Art Center. He has a really big YouTube channel. He's good friends with everybody. He's good friends with Cynics. He's good friends, I think he's friends with Proco. Like, everybody knows everybody. And it is so easy. I'm telling you right now, you start a YouTube channel, it is so easy to just message people and say, hey, I want to help other artists learn. Can I interview on my YouTube channel? I used to run a YouTube channel, and we interviewed so many different people. We interviewed Ate Gillian. He's so good. He's like one of Riot's big artists. You just message him. You just go, hey, I run a YouTube channel. I want to help other people. I want to learn too, but we're just going to put it up online for free. And they're like, dang, yeah, I could do it Saturday. What time? Or you message someone and you become friends with them. Like Ate, I met him because my art director, Alex Negrea, who's super good, by the way, was good friends with him. And he was my art director at Volta. Alex Negrea is super good. I'll find some of his work. He probably has, I don't know, let me look.
I made a quick sketch trying to apply the corrections I was given. Ooh, Gizmo, where? Post it. Post it and tag me, because I'm curious.
Dude, Alex Negrea is so
Bro, I love that yellow.
He deleted most of his artwork, but like, he is so good, dude. He's so good. He's been working forever. Like, this is so good. I have to tell you, like, I have to zoom in to show you how good this is.
Oh my gosh.
This is Alex Negrea's work. This is like a
Holy crap.
sketch of his that he did for fun.
Bro, a sketch?
Like, he is so stinking good. He was my art director on Anthem. He taught himself ZBrush in like a couple of weeks.
That's a sketch?
Yeah, this is like a
Wild.
sketch of his.
Holy
He's
crap.
so stinking good. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. He's
You might as well call it a scribble.
yeah, like this is like a piece that
Oh
he
my
did, like a
gosh.
personal artwork. This guy is so stinking good. It's
His
unbelievable. Yeah, look at those stinky feet, dude.
Ew, gnarly.
Yeah, this is like a painting of his. Gandalf. I love this guy's work. He's so good. And
Yeah, most people are quite
really
chill.
good. He does really good
That's
abstraction
cool.
as well. Yeah. I interviewed him on my old YouTube channel. Don't want to show that one, do I?
Nope. That one's really cool though. I really like that.
Yeah, he does like funny stylization stuff too.
Oh,
Look at all
that
these.
one's
These are so
sick.
good.
Hey, send me that one sometime. Oh, these are great.
This guy was doing critiques of my Anthem work because it was terrible.
Oh,
I got hired to do props on Anthem,
that's cool.
and they moved us all to skins, and I didn't do skins back in like 2019 or 18. I didn't know any anatomy or figure drawing, so I had to do character skins for Anthem, and I had no figure drawing background. It was rough, and they still kept me on for a long time just because I think they pitied me or something.
Oh,
Yeah, his work's really good. This is his name, by the way. This is his name. He was at Volta for a long time. And Rael Lira. He was another guy at... Dude, I'm telling you, this guy is so good as well. His Anthem work. Bro, look at this. This guy's work is so good. Oops. This guy was an art director on another project that I was on.
oh my gosh, that is so good.
It's so good. Bro, the energy. It's so good. He does these pieces. They're so incredibly good. He did a lot of the character designs for Anthem. Like, this is Anthem stuff, I believe.
That's amazing.
Yeah, this is like that Anthem, the uppers, the common uppers. These are all like hand painted. the creativity and shape design that this guy has. This is his name, by the way. He's been doing this a long time, bro. This is stinking cool.
Wow, that is so cool. Wow, that
Dude,
is
his
so
character
good.
work is unmatched. It's just so good.
Is that on his Instagram or is
Yeah,
that just...
he's the guy who did this stuff.
Yeah.
If you go to Volta, yeah, this is probably Volta. Yeah. Look at these. I can't even describe how good these are. Like, you just have to see it. See it to believe it. This is all like just hand painted.
Hand painted?
So consistent. Every single one of his designs are so good.
Oh my god.
Just even that foot, bro, is so
Bro,
good.
that foot is so aesthetic.
He's so good. I love this guy's stuff. Look at this.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's like, it's so simple, but it's so good.
I know, it's so good. I love his stuff. Every one of his characters, bro, so consistent. Like, you got these, like, assassin types.
I need to save that to my...
You've got these, like raider types. You've got, like... Oh my gosh, dude, these guys are so... They're so well designed. Yeah, Volta, this is the company that I worked for a long time before we started Anime Academy. So, like, they do a bunch of Guild Wars weapons. These aren't mine, but I did do some Guild Wars weapon sets. They do a bunch of them. They're one of ArenaNet's outsourcing studios. Here's the project that I was on, Outriders, back in the day. See, you can see right there. My name's on the list right here of people who worked on this.
Where the heck is... I want that character design post.
Some of these artworks are mine. Like this building right here, I did that building.
Ooh.
Someone else made this artwork, but that building is actually my design. I have a couple artworks. This artwork right here on the top left of this set is mine. This bottom left one is mine. So these two, this one and this one. That one.
Yep,
and
I saw
that
Gizmo.
one.
Nice.
I was not one of the high level artists at Volta. This one right here is mine. This
Bro,
corridor.
meanwhile.
No, dude, I'm telling you, that guy that I just showed, this guy is high level.
Yeah.
I was like the fodder.
But we care about you. You're cool, so we still
This
like
is
your
mine
stuff.
right here. This line
It's
work
still
building.
nice looking though. It still holds up.
Yeah, that line work building was mine. Kevin did a lot more work for Volta than I did. This little bubble dome idea, that was actually my idea.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Oh, that's sick.
I made it in here. That piece.
Oh.
There's that like this little bubble dome thing right here. This. They liked this, so they had another artist take it and turn it into like a building. This is what happens on concept art, by the way. Like you'll draw like a random shape in the background of an artwork that you do, and the client will like it or the art director will like it and they'll go, "Oh, that's pretty cool. Let's see another version of that." So then someone else went in and actually made an artwork where they were like detailing it out. So this is not my artwork,
But it
was inspired by this, which was my artwork. So that happens all the time on concept art projects. Like that. And you'll see, like, this is my door. Like, this is my drawing. I didn't even notice that. It was probably pulled from the spaceship and incorporated into the rock bunker. So the door that I designed, they, like, reinterpreted it. I was wondering why this door was so bad. It's because it was mine.
Oh.
I was like, that's
But
not
they
a very
still
good
liked
door
it enough to
design.
put it in there.
Why does that door look familiar? It's not designed very well. Oh, yeah, it's because it's mine.
Oh.
But anyways,
Yeah, Gizmo sent a little draw over of their stuff.
oh, awesome.
It's very nice.
Let me.
I
turn this off.
like how you did this part right here. That is chef's kiss. This part, very nice torso, and it looks like you extended the arms too. Very nice.
Sir Colton War. Yeah, that's super nice. I love that.
Yeah.
Very nice. I hope these paint overs are helpful.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let's see what else.
Bubblegum. I actually really like that. Where was that one that you were just working on?
Oh,
Crap, I'm in the wrong channel.
this one?
Applejack, look at the path of destruction you left behind you. Yeah, where was that? I
It's
wanted
up,
to.
up, up. There.
This one.
Yep.
I actually want to grab it. I'm not gonna do like a whole ass
Oops.
paint over, but
You might want, like, you just kind of want to test something out.
I mean, I really like this piece, and I think that. So here is the piece.
I actually do like that kind of warm and cool vibe.
Yeah,
As
and I would
well.
say like the first thing that I would think about compositionally is where do I want people to look? Obviously, I want people to look right here, right? It's this reaction. This is where the money is in the shot, right?
Money shot.
This is, in my opinion, what the artist is really trying to show. They're trying to show this person reacting to this. It looks like they're disappointed. They got a sweat drop here. And this person is like, ugh.
Angry that she
Like-
got that or something.
And this person is observing it while eating an apple or candy apple or something, right? Like that, to me, is the whole point of this image. So for me, I would be essentially willing to sacrifice. I would be willing to sacrifice everything to get that point across. I don't need to sacrifice everything, but I'm talking, it's about pulling attention, right? I would be willing to sacrifice anything else that pulls attention to get that point across, if that's the point of my image. This is how I would think about it.
What website was that? I think it was ArtStation.
Yeah, that was Volta's ArtStation. That's the company that I worked for a long time. I haven't done any work for them in a while, though. So I would be like,
Oh, okay.
I would try to pull the attention in. And you can do this quick and dirty, or you could literally go back, not saying you have to, but you could literally go back to the drawing board and lay everything out really, really simply. And just go, here's the guy's head.
It's
Here's
a girl.
the fish. It's a girl.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I'm actually glad about that. Here's the girl's head. Here's the fish bowl. We got light on dark. Here's the dark sleeve behind it. Right? Think of like super graphically. Here's the hand. Face, head. And then I would like nuke everything in the background with dark or light. Try to make this graphical composition as simple as you possibly can. And then I would do that here. And I actually already think it's done pretty well, right? So like we can just take this and pull all this. This is literally the process that like really high level artists use. Not that I'm high level, I'm not. But this is the process that artists use in order to make sure that their statement comes across. Like those artists that I was just showing you, this is like their thinking process. Whose work is this again? Ugly Squid? I don't know if you're still here. You're getting like a double critique, but I think that it's because now again, you don't have to do dark background light characters. You could go yellow background, different temperature range for the characters. So for example, again, like this can be done in many different ways. There is no one way to do this. There's many ways to do this. You could go festival in the background. Here's the ears. And where did I even start? There it is. You could separate it through color if you wanted. So it could be something, you know, along the lines of this. It doesn't have to be one way or the other. Like it could be like that instead, right? And then you could bring attention to all that. So like there's many different ways that you can do this sort of thing. Right? Like what I was saying earlier. I don't know where it is. Should be here, right? You could do dark on light on dark on light. You could do light on dark. You could do dark on light. You could do a combination. You could do color wise. So you could come in here and go orange. Cool. This would be dark on light, but it would be color temperature change. You could go yellow. With any other color, orange. And it's like once you decide, try to do everything you can to like keep this. Try to keep that structure. If you lose that structure, the image, it's difficult to see. It gets difficult to see. It's like the very, very beginning stages of an image. The heck? Here it is. But yeah, I like this. I like it a lot. It's good. It's good stuff. And then you could come down here and have like really, so you could have like really warm shadows. Maybe they've got like cool lighting on them, right? Maybe you've got really warm shadows down in here. And you could go cool light, warm shadows. You could do warm light, and you could have these cool shadows. And you could, I actually really liked how you put the dark part of the sleeve behind this. It really helps you see it. It really, really helps you see it. Something, oh, it's locked. That's good stuff. I feel like this is good because so many people, like this is kind of the number one thing that you run into, which is almost like, well, it's like the question of what are you trying to say? Mm-hmm. What are you trying to say through your artwork? You can have all the detail in the background, but say the value range is squished. I'll go find an artwork really quick that like is an example of this sort of thing.
Sorry, I'm kind of just doodling in my own composition, how I would arrange it.
Mm-hmm.
I was even thinking, like, what if there was like a foreground that leads back in, and the foreground could be like a person observing or talking about like the stuff that they're getting the prize of, I guess. That's the stall person, I guess. And these two will be like the main story, and then everything else, I think, could just be like simplified, so everything else can just be masked into darkness.
Bro, what is
it could even just be all blurred. Whoa, that's sick. Who did that? Really?
Yeah. Bro, he's so good. I feel like maybe Yuming. Oh, he has a website. Oh, it's so good. Oh, he showed this piece. He showed this piece in his class. I've been going through Yuming Lee's class. It's really good. It's really nice stuff. Bro, look at this piece. So good.
Oh, I love that one.
Like here, I think this is a good example of like really, Yuming has such good, here I'll do this. Yuming has such good like islands of value and color. Like this piece, for example, if you turn it black and white, look how like well separated this stuff is, right? Look how well separated this is. Like, look at this silhouette. This is exactly what I was talking about. You've got this silhouette. It's like this kind of thing, right? He literally is doing that exact thing. It is just, it's a silhouette against something. And it's like the character that he wants you to look at. And then he's got this right here. This little shield shape. It's literally the shape of this brush, by the way. What the heck? Look at this.
Bro, what?
literally
Wait,
the same shape.
that's it.
It's cause it's a good shape, bro. Look at this.
Bro, you could just paint a face with that.
That's why it's a good brush. But anyways, you've got the shield shape of this head. That's the light against dark. So what he's doing is he's doing pretty dark. Dark against it. And then he's doing like a medium. That's exactly what he's doing, right? And then he's kind of got like a medium, but a little bit less down here. And he's got this shield shape right here. And there's her hair. And so you've got like, this is the light compared to the dark of this. This is light. This is dark. This is the light. But he's like controlling it, right? He's controlling the values. What does this look like in color? Well, that's kind of cool. He's controlling the values so you can see what's going on very clearly. And he spends an extremely long time and a lot of effort setting the structure up. Like this is a light against a dark. And you'll notice that he's got the texture of this outfit. And it's like dark but on light, or it's dark behind light. You've got like these bits here. And he's got this triangle read between these three lights, which works really well. And they're not even. He didn't put one right here perfectly horizontal from the other one. He went up, down, and there's this hierarchy between them. But you'll notice that even this light right here, if you look at her back, it's not actually lighting it that much. It's not like this, right? He wants to keep it tame. Yuming Lee, yeah. Yuming Lee is the artist. He's one of my favorite artists. I've been going through a class of his. It's really good. It's kind of high-level concepts. I would definitely recommend people take it, but just be aware that like 90% of the time you're probably not going to have any idea what he's talking about, just because he doesn't teach stuff like perspective and anatomy. He's teaching like design concepts. But I really recommend it. It's good.
I'm kind of just thinking. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I like it. I like it. It's cute.
Like, I'm trying to put a lot of contrast towards the main character, and then I made the back characters like lower contrast, like just darker, but Colton's like making it even more extreme, so I think that looks better.
I might end up doing something like this. And there's so many ways to do it. And at the end of the day, these are all just graphic shapes.
Yeah.
Like, everything is just graphic shapes. And once these characters are in place, you can light them many different ways. That's nice.
And the reason why we're kind of stuck on this one is because these are a lot of illustrations. It's so important, but these are a lot of illustrations that our viewers really want to do. Like, very engaged, very, like, a lot of storytelling. So that's why it's very important. And a lot of these, like, a lot of our feedback is going to be very similar to, it's all about, like, oh, just foundation.
But yeah, we can move on and stuff.
Yeah.
I really like the piece because I feel like I haven't really seen a lot submitted that feels like it could be a good example to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
We can look at others though, like this one.
Who's that?
Joska. I don't know how to say that username exactly. But we could look around as well. I don't know how long we're gonna be doing critiques, by the way.
Yeah, I still gotta finish up meal prep.
Do we have I saw a comment. Is there a chance you could accept my account into the server? Yes. Yeah, what's your Ramen 5000 looks like? Yeah. Sorry,
Oh, Cat Bugs it submitted. That's
Really? Chuki's here?
fun. Yeah. I don't know if they're still here,
seen,
but
what's your username? Where is it? Ramen 5000.
that's cute. Blueberry, your male heads look pretty good. I just say keep going, keep drawing them. They look like male heads. Very cute art.
Critiques are this really interesting thing. You do them live on stream, and a lot of people, they like absolutely love it. They're like, oh my gosh, let's go. I want to get my work critiqued. And then you have people that like come into the chat and are like, they somehow get like upset that people are like trying to help other artists. And they'll be like, we should do this instead, you should do that. And it's like, we got a critique channel, take it there, like help people. They're like, you can tell they're not interested in helping people, they're interested in like beefing.
Beefing, I love that.
Not a lot of people, but it's just funny because like you do something and that is like
I hate
for the good of
Bear.
other people.
Mm-hmm.
And people get like so mad at that. They like it like, oh, and that upset me on a personal level. Like, oh, you're trying to help artists? Let's fight.
Oh, you're trying to... It's almost like maybe they think of it as like, oh, well, you're changing their stuff. That's rude. I don't know. Sometimes people get mad on other people's behalf.
But it doesn't really bother me because anybody who submitted their artwork is just like, you know, I want to try and...
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason why they submitted it in the
That's
first
super
place.
mega
That is
cute.
super mega cute. They said that they were having trouble with forms, but I think that your forms are actually on a pretty good...
Yeah, they're not bad
They're
at
not
all.
bad. You're using the wrapping lines, which I think is good.
Yeah, literally.
Like, especially this right here. The overlaps are great.
Although these ones are
kinda-
I would probably wrap them this way instead.
Yeah, I would wrap them... Make it
Because the
consistent with this
cylinder
one.
is still coming towards us.
Yeah, make it consistent with this one. So just wrap it, just the opposite way.
And I'm more observing. I don't really care. If they were interested in helping people, they'd go critique people and go live themselves.
Like, you're already doing this, which actually this is a very good shape. Very nice.
That's so good.
Alchi's art is so cute.
Really
I can't,
nice shapes. Is this just in Discord?
Yeah, this is just
Okay.
This is in Discord. I don't really need to draw over any of these, but these are great already. I think you're just what I would do now. You could try and slow down a little bit on your form lines, like maybe be a little bit more slower. So like just say, okay, here's where it's going. Here's this ellipse, because a lot of these, form lines are ellipses, right? Especially if this is a tube. So you want to make them feel like ellipses. So you can go a little bit slower, draw the ellipse, draw through it, kind of like this.
Is your name Senior Ramen in the Discord? I went ahead and gave you the role.
So like this is basically the leg, right? The tube. And inside of this tube are a bunch of ellipses. And I'm not very good at drawing ellipses. I'll try my best.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm mainly talking on like a live stream. I eat my canvas. That's funny.
And as the form turns around, the ellipses will slightly change. Like you'll start seeing different perspectives. And so now
People-
this.
People are too afraid to join a Discord server and start beefing because they get chased out. They
Yeah.
have to do it on a live stream. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, I would recommend that. If you want to get better at your forms, this is a really good exercise. We talk about this exercise quite often on stream. There's like the bendy straws, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can, or I guess I'll throw it back to you.
No, I'm just drawing.
And then there's
I'm
that
adding
bullet
foot.
shape.
Yep.
So a bendy straw assignment, this will help a ton. Understand that the end of a cylinder is gonna look like this, right? It's an ellipse. So an ellipse is symmetrical. If we draw an ellipse, like I'll just try to draw a quick ellipse. There we go. You've got a major and a minor axis. The minor axis points towards your vanishing point. So if you've got a vanishing point, this will point towards your vanishing point, all right? Like this. And then your cylinder will come down like that. So your minor axis points towards the vanishing point. Your major axis does not. So if you're drawing a cylinder that's sitting on the ground, your minor axis points up and down. If you're drawing a cylinder that's facing us, your minor axis will point back towards this vanishing point right here, you know, or up here or wherever. And there's an assignment, I like to call it bendy straws. Bendy straws.
Bendy straws.
I learned this assignment from a guy named Wouter Tolp. All right, he's a character designer. He's super good, a Dutch guy. Very, very, very good designer. And what he'll do is he'll draw cylinders, all right? So you just draw an ellipse, you pull out your lines, and then you bend it, and you change the degree of the ellipse, all right? So you'll notice this one's really thin. I'm gonna make this one thicker. And then I'm gonna pull this back. And I'll connect this. Like that. And then say, we change the degree again. Like this. Maybe like that. Pull this forward. And just remember, like, if it's sideways, the cylinder will basically look like this. And if it's facing you, the cylinder will look like this. All right? We got that, and then say, you know, we can pull it towards us. We'll move this over a bit. Right, so this assignment will really, really, really help you with cylinders. And I
Great
would
for
even say,
arms,
yeah,
I mean-
I would even say overlap. So, yeah, this will help you with anything that's cylindrical.
Making those, so it's like making those tunnels you see in hamster cages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you guys done any character lineups?
Lineups?
You mean like designed a bunch of characters and then line them up together?
See, I don't really want that to create a tangent there. My OCD is kicking in. And there we go. And so what you'll see happen here, this is interesting, right? If you made wraps around this, what you would see is this changes from this way to this way. And so somewhere in here, you're going to get a straight line as that flips and starts to face the other way.
It's
all
like
right?
chips. I don't know, it looks like Pringles to me.
Don't draw the straight line.
Don't draw the straight line.
Don't draw the straight line. Draw the ones around it. So you draw this one, and then you can draw this one.
Yeah.
Say like that. Right? You can draw that one. You can draw this one. You can draw this one. Because when you get a straight line, it'll flatten your image. It tends to flatten your image, all right? This is from both Wouter and Will Weston. Will Weston's always talking about don't draw the straight line. All right, you can create these wrapping lines around this cylinder. They're not all going to flip. Some of them are. Some of them are not. And this is like good ellipse practice. I like to call this bendy straws. You can call it hamster tubes.
You can call it, I don't know, noodles.
Yeah, pool noodles. I don't even know. Whatever you want. Good assignment. It is in a relationship with the assignment, bendy boxes, which I talked about before. So if you want to get better at drawing in 3D, this is what a lot of VizDev artists practice. VizDev artists a lot of the time absolutely hate perspective, which is totally fine.
Totally
There's nothing
fine.
wrong with it. A lot of people do. So what happens is they develop assignments that don't feel like perspective too much, but help them practice it. And so they'll do stuff like this. And there's like a bend in the box. And then let's say in the back, maybe we have one that looks like this. And this one actually bends this way. And so let's say it pulls out like that. And we'll use our draw through. Fix that a little bit because it's kind of off. That's better. Let's pull one out down here. So it can get hard to see sometimes, right? So let's just say we pull one out down here. And you can rotate it down. But yeah, I like to think of these as kind of like ventilation shafts. I call them bendy boxes. And these ones I call bendy straws. And for your question about how to get better at that kind of stuff, I would really recommend doing these. It's really just a bunch of foundation practice. There you go.
You made this look so easy. Colton's been doing it for a while. But yeah, cylinders are hard.
Applejack? That's cute. What the heck? Oh, I love that.
That's so cute. That's
That's
fun.
literally so cute.
So cute. I love this style so much. What is this? Pose feel too stiff. I feel like there's no harmony with the colors at all.
I don't think that. I
don't
think
think that.
the colors look pretty
Good together.
harmonized.
Yeah. They look like they're kind of within
You've
the
got
same
like
family.
this kind of pinkish purple cool color palette going on in a lot of the way. It's nice.
I think what might be clashing is the attention to the background and also the characters. Kind of similar with the previous critique with the this one right here. Now I like your paint over more.
Mine? Was that? Oh,
That this is on the iPad. So like similar to with this piece here, it's like you got a lot of stuff that's clashing for attention. So like the background is screaming for attention, the characters are screaming for attention. So like yes, it's totally fine to add this kind of background here for context, but I feel like maybe you put a bit too much attention and now it's like competing. So sometimes what I would do is I would draw the background, I would duplicate it, and then I would just put a Gaussian blur on it. So that way there's like an essence of the background, but it's like not as focused. Now that's like a very quick and dirty way to do it. Oh, that's very nice. Who did that?
The ramen person.
Oh, very nice.
I feel like I might actually have some stuff to say about this. Yeah, that's really nice.
Very cool.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in Mary.
Oh,
Very nice work. This
Oh,
one's
yeah.
good as well, but
Yes.
I was talking about this one. Absolutely adorable. It reminds me of like Cardcaptor Sakura.
Yes.
Like this girl specifically reminds me of like Tomoyo.
yes. And she's so pretty.
But yeah, Ramen 5000. We got this one right here. Let's take a look at this piece. Very nice piece. Where do I even put this, bro? I literally would use the exact same. It's a very nice piece. Let's just group all these and turn them off. Bro, I have so much stuff on here. There we go. This canvas is getting very messy, and I press Control T again. Sorry guys, I'm the most disorganized ever.
No, I'm more disorganized than you are.
I would say This is really, really, really nice. I really like it. I think it's coming together very nicely. I would actually recommend you take something like Yuming's class. Yuming Lee. Where is Yuming's stuff? Yuming. This guy has a class. And for you, I would recommend you take it. He's extremely good at doing what your piece kind of needs, which is value grouping, a little bit stronger value grouping. The composition is pretty nice, but he actually teaches a lot of that. Like, you can tell, like, he's kind of got that vibe of this, right? He's really, really, really good at value grouping and controlling those, and he spends a lot of time in the beginning focusing on that. I find that a little bit, and again, a super, super nice piece, right? I find that some of the areas in here are starting to feel a little bit metallic. I'm not actually sure, is this supposed to be like a metal snake, or is it just supposed to be like a
Real snake.
like a snake? I would say I should probably I did separate the layers. Let me take this actually requires the basic round. We're gonna bust out the basic round, not with, I would say, value grouping wise, probably focus on that. A little bit of edge control as well. So like right here, maybe we could get some of these edges. So I would recommend studying brush economy. You can find some stuff on it on YouTube. So a brush economy is like planning your brush strokes effectively. I usually wouldn't talk about brush economy with people, but with you, I think brush economy would be good to study. So I would recommend doing some still lifes, some studies, and focusing on limiting the amount of brush strokes that you use during that. And you're definitely doing it to an extent. Like, this is kind of a small image, but I can see that you're varying the size of your brush, which is good. You've kind of got these brush strokes describing the form a bit. You've got a nice hard edge along here. So do some studies, practicing using calculated and well-planned brush strokes. I would say maybe you get a little bit more silhouette of these folds here. Folds that are right here would tend to be more like a diaper fold, and you'd get a little thing like a hook here.
And Slay, I would do this for your stuff as well, because I know that you've been asking us to look at it, and I did look at it. I would recommend clothing studies, and basically just doing what Colton's doing right now is,
Yeah.
you know,
I would definitely
silhouette.
recommend clothing studies. So like you'll get this little thing like a hook. We actually have a video breaking it down. It's our 6-7 clothing video. It's a short, but you basically get a 6 and a 7. Like, and I'm not even meaning, like, that's literally what you get. You get a 6-7, all right? It comes and hooks around, and then you get an angled bit on the outside, and that is gonna show up like right here. It creates this really specific shape. So what we could do here,
It's
this
not
is-
too late to send art. We
is
may
nice.
not go over everyone's though, because there's a lot of submissions, and we kind of just did critique what we feel like critiquing.
Yeah, this is nice. It's nice. I would say like probably simplifying the value range. I would do a bunch of studies as well. You'll get a really crisp shadow here because her hand is just over top of this. So you'll probably get a nice crisp shadow like this, but then this is going to be a slow form shadow because this is a cylinder and it's moving over the surface. I'm in black and white mode. There we are. This is a cylinder. You're going to get a core here, and you're going to get a cast right here. And so the edge of these shadows you'd treat differently. So your cast would come over, or your cast would be sharp and your core would come through and be softer. And it's the same with here. So like this snake, as it flips around, I noticed things like this snake comes, but it kind of has to like in order like step up. If that's how it's going, wait, maybe it's like, wait, how is this snake working? Is it going like this? Or is it... It kind of has to be, right? Or maybe it's...
Hold up, let me try.
Is it going like this?
So here's the head. It looks like it's going...
Gradually softens, yeah. The cast shadow from the hand would gradually soften as it gets further away, but it probably wouldn't soften that much as it goes down here. Like this. And you'd get a core all along here. But I noticed that, like, how much bounce light is going on in this scene. Because this snake, the dark side of the snake, could very well be like this. It could potentially be grouped into a bit of lighter value, because it is a white snake, or it's very light, right? So the shadow part of the snake might actually stay around this value up here. So we could probably come in here and group this like this. Maybe make it just a little bit more, kind of group it lighter potentially. So I would think about what color is the snake, even if the piece is in black and white, like what's the local value of it? And we can come back in here, and I'm saying some of these edges feel a little bit ambiguous, so we can clean them up into maybe, you know, something that's a little bit more deliberate. Like the edge of this sleeve against the snake you might want to just kind of clean it up. And you see how I like do a brush stroke and then I'll cut it in order to create a sharp edge. And so we'll get this. That's brush economy. So a lot of these areas, I would say you could like repaint them in the same way, but plan your brush strokes, plan the direction of them, because you got a lot of really good stuff going on in here. It's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
That would definitely fall under the category of brush economy. That's what it's called. Brush economy. And it's essentially, yeah, just the way that you plan your brush strokes.
Is that fire in the background?
Yeah. I'm not sure what this light is in the background. I'm not worried about it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad.
No, it's not bad. I was just wondering what it is, so we can maybe like design the shape more accurately.
Yeah. Is that fire?
It looks like fire to me because I see like some kind of spark.
Yeah. I might just restrict the value range a little bit more in the background depending on what it is. You might, yeah, is this fire? Brush economy for sure. It looks good other than that though. Some of the areas in here are feeling like a little bit metallic. Like it's almost kind of like it's rendered metal. I feel like depending on what her shirt is, if it is metal, that's totally fine. But if her shirt is not metal,
It's a bit extreme.
You might want to consider just reducing the total like value range a little bit, so it looks a little bit less like metal. But again, it depends on what the material of it is. It's totally fine if it's not. This is nice. I would probably, right, like some of the like this area right here, I would mess with the brush economy. So I'd probably paint it through like this, and then take this and cut it just to
really
clean
like
up that
shoulders, though.
clean up that edge a little bit. See, it kind of like, you can see the difference here. It like sort of deliberately separates it out, and what ends up happening is you get texture. Texture happens on form change. So if you're painting a material like a cylinder and a light is shining on this cylinder and there's like bumps on this cylinder, you'll get bumps in the silhouette and you'll get bumps where the core shadow is. So say for example, core shadow comes down here. This is not what the snake looks like, but you would see scales. So you'd see bumps in the core shadow like that. Texture. Then this would be simple, probably. And then this would also be simple, right, in here. And then on the edge, you'd get silhouette of probably texture. And that'll probably help your snake a lot. So I would probably look for specific reference on like snake scale texture. And I would most likely simplify it in the areas here, but then like I'm not really having any reference. What do the snake scales look like? Kind of like this. You get more texture happening in the core shadows. And you'd get texture happening around the silhouette right here. Like that. Very nice. Right? And then whatever that snake looks like, I don't really know. That's nice. What's up?
Interesting use of, like, it's just pure black in the background.
Yeah. And depending on where your light source is, you might get a cast shadow of the snake on the snake. I'm a snake.
I'm a snake.
I'm a snake. You may get a cast shadow of the snake on the snake. So I would really think, where's your exact light source? And you might get snaky cast shadow.
Sneaky cast shadow. I thought you meant it in like a cutesy way. You kind of did.
I don't even know what I meant. Snake cast shadow right there. So like, again, if it's coming from above, it may be like something like that, right? I'd also make sure that doesn't taper, and then cut it. Cut it.
Something I would actually do is I would figure out what's going on with their legs underneath the dress. Like, yeah,
See how the snake feels white now? Right now it feels kind of metallic.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, what?
I would figure out what's going on with the legs. Because right now the folds on the skirt feel a little bit vague. And I feel like it would be a little bit stronger if you knew what was happening. And that way you can have a better direction with where your folds will go. Like, are they bending a certain way? Like, I guess you can show really quickly.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
No, it's fine.
Derping.
It's fine. So here, this is so far, like, the folds look really nice. The way how you're implying is very nice. But I feel like it's kind of like, I don't really know how she's sitting. I don't know how she's on the ground. So I'm just kind of like pulling a wild guess, and I'm thinking this could be her pose. So now once you know what her pose is like, you can then basically pull the folds so that it looks like it's wrapping around the legs in this way. Once again, if she's not doing this pose, then you could just do, not really take my advice or anything like that. But I find that you can try that, and that way you can also add form. I would need to make this a little bit more convincing.
Well, the Inuit came to the right place for critique. Awesome. I'm glad it helps. And then the cast shadow from the hand gradually softens. Yeah, it's going like that. I'll definitely study brush economy. Brush economy, yeah. And most people do it to an extent, but it's like an actual thing.
Yeah.
It's like an actual named thing that a lot of people focus on. They focus on a lot, especially traditional painters. Less ambient lighting on the clothing, pretty much. It depends. It could be more ambient lighting. It could be less. And you'll notice that like Christina's using a really limited value range on the rendering of the fabric, and so that's really nice stuff there. I think Christina did a really good job on that.
Oh, thank you. I'm just trying to match it to I might even make it just a little bit lighter because I want to see that fold.
Yeah, I really do like this piece. It feels good.
And you can even go in and say, like, oh, a cheeky little foot popping out.
That would be fun.
Like
You
that.
could.
Maybe. But it might distract from, like, the veil. You may just want to, like, keep it mysterious and keep her floating. I kind of find that maybe even adding a bit of a ground plane. Now, I'm not saying that. Let me think of how to do this one right here. I need to make sure my legs are there. Okay, I want to make sure that my dress goes around the form. Let me just see how this looks. Sometimes it may look a bit more confusing, but, an attempt is made. Sometimes you just gotta try it. And it's like, where does the veil end? Like, where, if she's sitting on something, like, where's the ground? So, like, maybe the ground is here. But I obviously can't really see it because it's very dark. So
Yeah.
we'll have to make sure that the veil is landing on that ground plane.
You know what? I'm kind of thinking.
Like a fun mist would be kind of cool effect. I know that a lot of these kind of illustrations have this kind of like really cool.
It's nice
Haze.
stuff. I really like this piece a lot.
I do.
Like your work is good. Your work is quite good.
Some of them will even have like this kind of thing. I'm just having fun here, so you don't have to do this. Some people would even have like this little trail of cloth that like floats around the canvas. They have these ribbons, and you can even use that for like depth and maybe even like wrapping it over the snake. Maybe even showing a little bit of a hint of it wrapping over the leg. It's kind of neat. So that way you can probably unify it and maybe show some extra stuff down here. Rather than just being like pure black at the bottom, there's also like some little bits of candy to look at in here. Wow, that's a really nice rendered snake. Not saying you should do this or whatever. Colton, what do you think of this ribbon?
You could.
You could,
Like it's
but you
up
don't
to
have
you.
to.
I wouldn't say the piece needs it.
It doesn't
You
need
could
it.
add it, and it could work compositionally. But I think adding a ribbon would be a really good rendering exercise. I would do it.
Yeah, I
I
would.
would do it just to try to farm some practice.
You know, it's funny because all I did was I just took a light value and I went like this. I pressed hard, then pressed light, pressed hard, pressed light, and it kind of looks like a rendered ribbon. Look
Yeah.
at that.
They really do. That is how ribbons work.
Oh, I saw one of those paintings that some people did of like dragons, but they did like the body and all in one stroke. So they use the texture of the brush to like
Oh,
emphasize the scale of the
I
body.
think I've seen stuff like
Yeah,
that.
it's kind of neat. But obviously, I don't want this ribbon to take away.
What was the name of the artist you said does this style of art that this person should study? Yuming Lee. I'll just type it in the chat. Yumingli. Very, very good artist. Very well respected. Has a big Instagram. I'm taking his class on painting. It's kind of high level. It's not a foundation class. Or it kind of is, but it's on a very particular subject. And he really glosses over stuff that like a beginner would be completely confused about. So take it. It's super good. This is not a beginner class. It's like, I would probably recommend this person would probably get a lot out of it. I feel like a lot of people would buy that class and like go through a little bit of it and be like, he's speaking some language that I don't know. I love it though. I think anybody who's like a working professional should take it. There we go. All right. So I did a
Ooh.
little bit more work on the snake, and I tried to kind of remove the metallic-y look.
Wait a second. That looks so good.
And I put another cast shadow on the snake, by the snake, for the snake, of the snake. And I would say, I think the snake's pose kind of does something a little bit unusual behind her back. So I try to clarify that a little bit by trying to make it feel like it goes a little bit more through. I don't really know how well of a job I did, but I would say the snake's pose feels maybe like a little bit unusual.
It may. Let me think.
So you probably would actually get another cast shadow
Actually, even just like without it,
coming down here. What?
even without it, it will just work like this as an S shape.
Yeah,
like that.
I
But
think it would
like-
actually work pretty well that way too.
Yeah.
So like what Christina did is she basically just took the snake out up here, like this,
Yeah.
and she just says, "Oh, the snake wraps around like this." I think that actually probably works better. I don't mind this.
I don't mind that either.
I feel like this might help as well.
Well, I feel like the headpiece. I guess we're trying to find a way that it doesn't that this like snake doesn't feel like it's out of the pic. Like how to say it? It doesn't feel like it's distracting, or it doesn't feel like awkward. Like, hey, does that feel believable? And then we also
Yeah, it
really,
feels-
I also really love the headpiece that she has on. So I'm like, that's a money shot too.
Yeah, like I really like these. Those are fun. And now depending on the materials of what this is, you could get little speculars or whatever. And that also adds to a really neat looking silhouette. Like I think the silhouette looks very interesting with it, but I would pull this back in here. There you go. And you can value group a lot of this. Like you can value group this whole shape. You could value group the whole sleeve with the side of the snake. You know, you could value group a lot of stuff. I would think like I would look up value grouping as well. But essentially value grouping is when you combine like values. What's his name? Classic artist. He did the one with the woman against the wall with the painting that's tilted in the background. Harsh lighting.
Mead
Schaefer. So look up Mead Schaefer. I'll find some of his work really quick. He's very good at value grouping. I'll show you exactly what I mean. What? Stop it. I don't care that the garbage needs to go out tonight. So Mead Schaefer,
What's that from?
Garbage Night.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Here's an artwork of his.
Oh crap, I still have to finish meal prep.
You can see that like a lot of this stuff is very, very value grouped, right? Like, look at how their outfits blend together. He has basically like only like 3 or 4 values in the entire scene. And I'm saying values, not colors. Values. So lightness and darkness. You can see that like if you squint your eyes, everything that's in dark is grouped very similarly in value. All of this, all of the dark is grouped together. It varies a little bit, but essentially he's using the light to invent interesting shapes. All of this, even that little hat poking out, it's all intentional. It's very, very intentional. All of this is value grouped. All of this is value grouped. It's value grouped. One thing that Yuming said in his class that I thought was really interesting is if you have like multiple shapes in your scene, like let's just say we got some stuff up here, we got something right here, we got, something right there. One thing that he says that he was saying is if you can find an excuse to connect these shapes together, your piece will generally look a lot more cohesive, all right? So this is like this is more abstract design thinking, like abstraction. If you can find an excuse to connect these shapes, your piece will look more cohesive. So you can see that Mead Schaefer is doing that in his artwork. So he's connecting a lot of these shapes together with little trails. Like you can see, this piece is literally one giant interconnected piece. Like all of this down here, all giant interconnected piece, right? But look, the policeman, all interconnected. He's not made them islands. He's like connected the oceans to the lakes with the rivers. And so look at this, like he's created a river. Come on, please. Oh, new layer, duh. This, it like connects up here. And look at this, it comes up, interesting silhouette, and it like connects over to this. So pretty much every single dark in this entire scene has some form of connection, but you can make a couple that aren't, and it will look interesting. All right. So if you can connect a bunch of your dark and light islands together. So this piece, for example, it's got a lot of darks that are connected, but lights that can kind of be like islands. So here's the dark, here's the dark, here's the dark, here's dark down here. All of this in the background, it's also dark, dark. See how all of his darks are kind of like interlinked? And so if you can do that in your artwork, it will start to look more cohesive. So that's what I was talking about earlier, right? Which is like interconnecting. Like this is a nice little island. What if you like, what if you like use this wristband as a dark to connect these two little islands together? Yeah, again, this is a little bit, it's a little bit kind of like higher level thinking in art, but that's part of the reason I really wanted to critique this piece so much, is because it's actually really nice.
I also noticed that there's a lot of white, like pure white, in the piece. Which it generally is, it's fine, I think. I mean, like there's definitely pieces that are like complete black and complete white. I just think that for this piece, you can reserve that really bright white for the really main bits.
He's explaining how to make a drawing more cohesive with connecting shadows. Yes, or connecting things that are just a dark value. So a dark object in the light can connect light objects in the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a really nice piece. I like it.
Yeah, I really like it.
So this is kind of, what the heck? Oh my gosh, bro, there. You know, so I just worked on it a little bit, kind of tried to unify the values, simplify. It's got a lot more that I would probably do. I'd start putting gradients here and there, but essentially think in terms of like this kind of stuff. Like you can see just how incredibly interesting these light shapes are. Like they're so gorgeous, but you would think like, oh, when I draw a guy in a suit, I get these shapes. He goes, you don't get these shapes. You get these shapes instead, because she's in front of him, and here's his glove, and here's this. And look how much stability he adds to the background by adding these verticals and horizontals. So all these shadows are like so dynamic and interesting, and then yet he's adding literally like verticals and horizontals in the background. Like all this stuff is super stable. All this stuff is like stability. It's a very flat background too. He's not adding a bunch of depth. And if you think about it, a lot of these are even connected through the lights. Like this yellow, it's connected. Like all these little pathways are interconnected, and he's varying the sizes of them. So like you've got one right here, you've got a really thick one right here, you've got kind of a medium, you've got another thick one. No music. Where is my music?
I did a little extra.
Holy moly, I have a lot of tabs open. There we go.
I had an extra arm here, holding the snake.
I like that.
I just thought it'd be like, what if she was like? Because I personally, for me, I like showing both hands, but I like having one hand up here and one hand somewhere else, because that also creates direction. I don't necessarily like how I did the light up here. I may just like really, really dim it down, and just maybe keep the ribbon really bright. Oh, that actually makes it. Look at that, Colton. I toned down the back of this here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ribbon ended up showing up clearer this time.
Very nice.
You didn't see it.
What?
You didn't see it.
What? You toned down the back?
So this.
So the ribbon, the light,
Yeah.
right? That we thought was a fire in the past.
Yeah. And then I just thought it was cool, so I want to show you. That's
Yeah.
my version.
It's fun.
It's different than Colton's.
This is my version. There's so many places that you could take a piece. Like, it's totally up to the artist. Like, again, this is really just a suggestion. It's
Yeah.
not in any way what you have to do. It's more like, here's ways that other artists may do it. And you could say break up the folds as well in different sizes. So say, for example, you could have a large one, you could have a little one, you could have another. So this could be a large one, this could be a small, this could be a medium, to get variation in there. You could get a lot of nice juicy overlaps here in this area, right? And again, you would really constrict the value range. You would not do this with like black and white. Not for this style. That's not like what you're going for. It doesn't look like.
I gotta BRB. I gotta work on meal prep and cook.
Right. And then you would essentially render with a very limited value range a lot of those like diaper folds. They're basically diaper folds because you have 2 tension points, right? And so you can come here. I have some examples actually on my ArtStation, some clothing studies. So these are some clothing studies that I did a while back. And you can see that the shapes that are being used in here are really, really carefully designed. So like I went in and I looked at what was happening in these folds and I simplified and designed them out. I made them less complicated. So like coming down here, I'm using this shadow to describe the form of the pants, right? So this shadow comes in and describes the wrinkles. But it's not done in a way, like it's carefully designed. Like you've got a long straight, you've got this, and they're uneven. Like you've got this one is this length, this one is smaller, this one is longer, this one is a long straight, and it tapers towards here. Yuming actually talks about this in his class. He says like most shapes that you find in nature taper. So they will taper like this to a point. So you'll notice everywhere that shows up, like literally everywhere, it tapers here to a point. This tapers here to a point. This tapers here to a point. This tapers here. They're all tapering in different ways, but in nature and in real life, you'll find almost everything tapers. Almost all shapes taper. And he's actually the first time I've ever heard that in a class. Like, you hear a lot about accelerated curves, like boring versus, say, dynamic, like an accelerated curve that's pushed towards one side instead of split evenly. But he's actually saying almost every single shape you find in nature has a taper to it, especially shadows. And the reason that happens is because, you know, say you've got like a ball and it's lit on one side. So like, let's just say that ball is like lit and it's casting a shadow. And this red is the shadow. You've got the object right here is close and it goes further and further away. And so it creates this kind of natural, what did he do? He drew like a bowl. So he drew like a little bowl and it was literally just this. Taper. 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 And he just filled it in. And it's like, you can tell that's a bowl immediately. Like, this is a bowl. And if you add a highlight here, like, it's just tapering shapes. This one, might go like this instead. Does that look like a bowl to you, chat? Or am I bonkers bananas out of my mind? Everywhere in nature. And so, like, it actually kind of blew my mind, like, realizing this. Like, you've got this right here, right? This tapers. Here's that taper. But they taper in, like, different ways, but they taper. Low, taper, fade, Froggy says. What? I knew it. Yeah. Chat knew all along. They always know. 6-7, taper. I think we should be paying more attention to, what is that, Gen Alpha? So you can, but you can see, like, that's kind of how it works, right? So, like, you can look for tapers. Here's a taper. I just go like this, boop. Can add a taper right there. Or we can even just kind of fill that in like that. Here's a taper. Right? This, we could make it taper a little bit more. This is a taper. This is a taper. When objects overlap, a lot of the time there's taper. And you can really look at those specific ways that happens. See, as this core, if I have a core right here, I can just add like a couple little scales right there. This is actually where you would get this. It's the property of materials, right? If I have a ball that has like spikes on it. Oh no, I'm seeing tapers everywhere. That's good. If I have a ball and it has like spikes on it, you're going to see spikes all around the exterior as a silhouette. And you're going to get spikes like this. But what you're really going to get is if you shade the ball, and you fill in these spikes, zoop, 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 zoop. Oh, I did it wrong, didn't I? I made my selection bad. Zoop, 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 zoop. Why is there no music again? Oh. Okay, let's turn that back on. You're gonna get a core shadow. And in this core shadow, you're gonna get information on these spikes. You're gonna get probably a spike here, and then you're gonna get spikes maybe here. And in the core, you're gonna get the texture. I should probably have just drawn this properly. Let me do this again. Except I'm gonna draw it, because drawing makes things easier a lot of the time. So we gotta do that, and then we're gonna go like this, and there's that, and here's that, and here's that, and here's that. Alright, so there's like a spike ball, right? You're gonna get your texture in these areas. As this form wraps around and it casts a shadow, you're gonna get your texture in these areas because the light is starting to become parallel to the form. Like that. And you might get a little bit of a shadow right here. And you may get like a highlight depending on the material. You may get like a highlight right here. You may get a highlight right here. right here, right here. You may get a highlight right there. Awesome. Sorry, this covered better value grouping definitely helps with the overall composition. Yeah, that's like the number one thing people focus on. It's almost like watercolor, shale cell shooting, even that helps a lot. It might do the arm too, is more expressive. Yeah, I like what Christina did with the hand. I see critique quite often, but usually I don't get much from it. This has been super helpful. I really recommend professional mentorships. Like, they're expensive. They'll like a lot. Like for example, for me, I do an 8-week mentorship, and we meet up every single week, once a week, and I do this exact thing 8 times, and it's $1,100 US. Most people charge more, but you could get a lot out of them, like a lot out of them. Like, if you think this is a useful critique, it's like that's basically what like a professional portfolio review or critique is like. I've been through school, a lot of schooling. I've taken a lot of classes, a lot of live classes with critiques, and like good professional critiques will literally change your life. They will change your entire perception of things, like if you really want to get better. But we do this on here for free because we're trying something new, just for fun, because streaming gets boring sometimes. What makes a core shadow? What makes a core shadow is the light being blocked by the form. So like, you'd get a light side and you'd get a dark side. Oops, I was a little bit low on YouTube. And then the core shadow comes from, there's bounce light from the ground, and it kind of fills this. And this area is facing neither the ground nor the light. So it tends to be the darkest. But you can simplify this into 2 values, which is like what they were saying. Like, if it doesn't work in 2 values, it won't work in more. So if I want to render this cylinder out, I would say I would get it working in just 2 values, because that's how like the brain interprets stuff. So for example, I would literally just take the cylinder and do that. And I would go, do I like the cylinder? Do I feel like it feels right? And if it does, then I've got permission to maybe add a 3rd value. Right? Or a 4th value or whatever, and start rendering it. So this would kind of be like how a spike ball works. You'd probably get like something like that. There you go. So basically, long story short, texture shows up in the core shadows. So that's why I added scales right here, is because texture shows up in the core shadows. I don't know if that's what scales look like exactly. And you'd probably get texture all along here. And so when like professionals are working, what a lot of the time they'll do is they'll just make a custom brush that looks like this, and they'll just run it along the core shadow. And the reason that custom brushes suck when like beginners use them is because the knowledge and understanding isn't there. They just go, custom brush, fix my art. But professionals use it very consciously. It's like this really, really, really conscious thing. There's an artist, his name's crap. What's his name? Christina. Yeah? What's the guy's name that did the squid demo? Chinese guy, a lot of texture. Li something. Li Jinyin. Li Jinyin, maybe. Yippee! I found him. Lixin Yin art. Boom! I found him. This guy uses a lot of texture in his art. I'm telling you, what I'm about to show you will blow your mind. This guy uses texture brushes so incredibly well in his artwork. These are all done with a basic round. Those aren't textured. He does like really, really heavy textured art. Like you can see, like right here, he's using custom brushes that are just like tree branches that scatter. I have this brush. I think I have his brush set. It might not be on here. This brush? No. This brush? No. Heck is it? Maybe I don't have it on here actually. Nah, I guess I don't. But anyways, this guy, he's good. He's a pro, like really good. You can see he uses custom brushes. You'll see them show up a lot in core shadows. In texture. So for example, this girl's hair, as it turns away from the light, you can tell that he tends to use texture. Ooh, this is a pretty sick brush. What the heck? Wait. It's kind of nice. He uses texture all over the place. Really, really nice stuff. His name is, this, by the way. Lixinyin. He has a YouTube channel, but he hasn't uploaded in forever. I don't know if he does tutorials or... Like, look at this texture, bro. That's so good. He has a YouTube video from a long time ago that he talks about, like, how he thinks about textures. It's pretty good. Aww. Look at this. It's cute. I have Lop's brush set is just other professional artist brushes compiled together. Yeah, most brush sets are. Is the core shadow always the darkest tone on the object? Not necessarily. Ambient occlusion could be darker. And then sometimes you just value group them. Like this piece right here that I absolutely annihilated for some reason. I don't know where it is. I think I might have gotten rid of it. Mead Schaefer, here it is. This piece right here, he didn't make his core shadows the darkest. He made the... He doesn't even really have cores a lot of that. Well, there's cores on here. Here's a core that like goes around. But not necessarily, it depends. It's more like you learn the fundamentals and then you decide how to apply them with your artistic vision. I feel a kitty rubbing against my leg. These guys are so good though. Like, bro, this guy is so good. Look at this texture. Look at how good he does at this. Look at the texture, bro. He just finds like these random noise spatter brushes and like just applies them so well. This guy's legit, bro. He's such a good painter. And he explains it. Like, he has a YouTube channel. He only has like a couple videos on it, but I gobbled those things up. I watched them like 5 times. Oh, here's another good one. Texture. So good. But like if you look at it from far away and you squint your eyes, he's still rendering it. It's just done in like a really effectively disguised way. And he's really doing the same thing that Craig Mullins, like I was showing earlier. What are you doing? I hear like scratching behind me and Poppy's like using the carpet as a scratching post. Like what? When did you do that, bro? I guess I closed Craig Mullins' website, but I would literally like, yeah, I would recommend doing like master studies of this kind of stuff. This is probably, yeah, this looks all like the round brush except like a textured background. That's nice. Kitty texture. Good stuff though. But anyways, I've never used Wallop's brush set. Most brushes show up in most sets. Nick Gindro in Brainstorm, he had this brush. He's painted like entire pieces just with this brush. This brush here. Like, you can see it all over his work if you look it up. I should probably turn this off because there's a lot of naked people on ArtStation. I took a class from Nick Gindro in ArtStation, in Brainstorm, and he uses this brush so much. This is his work. You can see all this texture in the background. All this texture is this brush. A lot of people actually just use the same brushes. See, this brush stroke right here is this brush. And I modified it so I can actually tilt it, but it's like that brush right there. A lot of people use the same brushes. You can see it. See? There's that brush stroke. Lines right up. Oh. I know because I got his brushes. Most people use these brushes. It's not the only brush he used. He also used another one that I actually lost a long time ago. I can't find it. But he's a very, very good painter. So good, bro. His stuff is so good. They're all doing the same thing, right? It's all value grouping. It's all very carefully controlled. Very, very carefully controlled. This one's sick. This piece is so cool. So well made. Wow, what do you know? Checkerboarding. What were we talking about earlier in the stream? Light, dark, dark, light, dark, light. Or like lighter than that, right? Or you could just group this all as like a dark, light, dark, light, dark, dark, light, dark, light, dark. It's all checkerboarding. Like, there's an overall graphical composition to this thing, right? It's like a main unification to this piece. There's good perspective, there's good value structure overall, and then within that value structure, they checkerboard. And they'll, you know, it's not like an exact science, it's kind of like case by case basis. You'll have like a dark, you'll have a medium, you'll have a gap right here, you'll have another thing coming in right there. But essentially, it's all like value grouped, right? Who is this? This is Nick Gindro. I'll show you his name. You can screenshot it. There you go. I think TikTok can see it, yeah. He hasn't uploaded anything in a long time that I know about. But also you can see shape welding. That's James Gurney's term. I think he invented it. It's in his book. But shape welding is like the next step of checkerboarding, which is like dark on light. It's kind of like this. How do I even do this? How would I even write an example of this? Shape welding is like when you have a form. Let's just do like a box, right? You have a form or a compositional tool, and let's just say you've got a box and it's in shadow, and let's say you've got like a dark shape behind the box like this, and you've got, say, this corner is reading light against dark, and this form is reading dark against dark, and this form is reading dark against light, and then this form is reading light against light. So it would probably look something like this. So we've got light on dark, light on light, dark on dark, and dark on light all within the same piece. And you can see it makes an image look a lot cooler. It's like, dang, that's a cool box. I guess. I don't think it's that cool, but dang, what a cool box. We've got shape welding. And it's like a version of checkerboarding, which is light on dark on light on dark. So you can see, like, immediately it looks kind of neat. And it's a tissue box. Let's just say, like, oh, this is a tissue box. So we've got, like, a tissue coming out, and then maybe we got, like, a shadow cast by the tissue or something. There we go. Coolest tissue box. Dang, that mouse really wants the tissue. I don't know. I don't know. Christina's cooking in the other room. I don't find that the quantity of critiques is more important than the quality. Like, if there's still stuff to talk about with one, I like to go off on rabbit trails and stuff like that, because that's what I find most helpful. Like, this is stinking important. This right here, if there's one single takeaway that I would want you to get today, it's the concept of tapering shapes. They're everywhere. No matter what you look at, you will always find tapering shapes. That's such a big deal. It's such a big deal. You find it everywhere. Literally everywhere. Every single piece. Here's a tapering shape. Right? It's tapering shapes. Tapering shapes. Tapering shapes. Like, every single thing is a tapering shape, because that's like what's naturally created through objects. There's so many of them everywhere. It's absolutely wild. Yeah. But checkerboard, or shape welding is that. And I can, like, write this out more clearly. So we got light on dark, dark on light, dark on dark, and dark on light. All within, or sorry, no, light. We should probably nuke this shadow here, shouldn't we? There we go. And we got light on light. Light on light. There you go. You can take a picture of that if you want. Super important. Oh, I should probably write it. I don't know who came up with the term, but it's called shape welding. I know James Gurney in his book, Color and Light, talks about it. He has a page on it. But with your piece there, now you can screenshot that if you want. But with your piece, like, I would try to, like, get some of that in there. You could go, like, here's light on light. You know, here's light on light. Here's light on light, or like light on medium. Here's, like, whatever, you know, light on dark. You know, here's dark on dark. And just, like, try to sprinkle that throughout your piece. It'll help a lot with, like, unifying stuff. Is this even... Did I turn off the painted over version, or is this it? I think this is it. This brush sucks for this, bro. I guess it's not that bad. By the way, cast shadows are usually a little bit darker. And the reason is because they're not getting bounce. They're just blocking the light. So cast shadows usually will get darker. Are you coming back in? Yeah? She doesn't know. I mean, not necessarily, just I'm just wondering where you're at. Okay. Bro. Oh, there's his work. My layers are so busy. Group. I'm just gonna hide them in a group and turn it on. I am having fun. When I mentor students, and I'm not making any promises, by the way, to anybody who makes my mentorship or takes my mentorship. All right, serious. When I mentor students, a lot of the time, I'll go way past the time that it ends talking to them. I love teaching. It's so fun. I love seeing artists improve. I love it when an artist has work and they can just get like one little nugget and it's like you can literally see the change in their work. I love it when people who have a strong desire to learn and grow are given the resources to do so. It's super fun. Like, a lot of this stuff changed my life as an artist when I was younger. Like, when I was just getting started. And I don't consider myself very good at all. Like, I'm pretty mid as far as, like, the professional world goes. I mean, like, the people I've been showing you, they're good. Like, this guy's super good. Nick Gindro, he's legit. Like, this guy's got some sick stuff. Like, Richard Riot, this guy's good. And he's like, dang, this work is so sick. This guy's got good work. I've seen this guy's work for a long time. He's like commenting on this guy's work. Like, look how sick some of Richard's work is. Oops. Like, that's a sick stinking piece, bro. Look at that. Oh, like, look how nice this is. Like, the nice warm and cool. That cool background from the window up behind the staircase. Bro, what is that, like a 357 Magnum? Look at this. Look at bro. He's cooked. Look at this. And the flashlight on the ground lighting the monster. That's awesome. This guy's legit. I love this guy's work. I actually hadn't seen his work in so long. Bro, this is a really old piece of his. Like one of these crazy scaled pieces. Look how sick that is, bro. Let's take a look under the hood. Ooh, that's good stuff. I didn't know he made this piece. That's cool. I saw this piece on the internet for like years and years. Thanks for all your critique, shared knowledge. Going to leave now to work on the painting. I really appreciate this. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can send the draw over that I did. That's a circle. You're the one who sent me the friend request, right? Yeah. Message. There's mine. I think that's the final version. It's a little let me look. Bro, my layers are a disaster. Look at this. And all of these groups have like just stuff chucked in them, like random stuff. Wait. I'm cooked. Oh, I ordered a shirt, by the way. I ordered a shirt for you guys. I'm gonna wear it on stream. Okay, there's that. Yeah, I guess that is. Hold up. Yeah, there's that like paint over. I just did a little bit of like value adjusting and stuff. I do like what Christina did. She's gonna have to send you send it to you later. But this is what Christina did if you want to take a screenshot of it. It's just a video of the iPad, so it's not as clear as the other one. But I really like how she added the hand to it. The ribbon looks pretty good. I really like big in-depth critiques. Like, I think they're super useful. We'll have to do this again sometime. I enjoy it. It's good stuff. Find myself wanting to be around people who are getting their hands dirty in their own work. Yeah, I mean, for sure, that's how you get ahead. You surround yourself with other people who are working hard. I feel like that's one of my problems is Christina and I are like so isolated. Like we don't live in a city where there's a community like that. Like when I was living in Pasadena in California, man, there were so many people who were just at the grind all the time with art. Stinky, hot Phoenix doesn't really have an art industry, so you kind of have to find it online. Are you back?
For a little bit. I have to make mashed potatoes. I have to make my green beans. But mashed potatoes gotta cook first.
Yeah. And even if we do go anywhere in Phoenix, we have to drive like an hour to even get to the city. We're like right on the edge of the valley. So it's like an hour drive anywhere. We should do some like Asaro head studies or something.
Yeah.
Bro, this work is so good.
I love
it's so
it.
cool.
I want to take
I gotta
that class
say,
now.
this is probably one of my favorite artworks from Yu Ming.
Really? Wow.
Just one of my favorites. It's so good. Look at, it's so nice, dude.
It's very dreamy. All of his work is very dreamy.
It is so dreamy. Look how soft that arm is. It's like, squish it. It's like squishing a cat's head. Bro, it looks so cool. Speaking of a cat, what?
Poppy?
Who's here?
It's Poppy.
Jack's sleeping. Oh, stretching.
Stretchy little feet.
His little feet, bro.
Kitty. Kitty, are you calmed down from earlier? We gave Applejack a bath, and both Toby and Poppy were like real scared of him.
Yeah, they freaked out.
Kinda
They were
freaked
like,
out.
"Who
Are
is
you?
this dude in my house?"
Mm-hmm.
And get out of here, bro.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
They were like hissing and swatting at him.
That's so funny.
And then Poppy was on edge, so she would swipe at Toby.
Yeah, they were. Bro, he just took a bath.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Like, chill.
Now you're being a good girl.
Oh, is she? Oh, Little Miss Snooty Pants, are you back to normal?
Yes, because it's time for supper.
It's time for supper.
Silly kid.
Hey, Miley. It's been a while. Kitty, you want to come up?
I don't think she deserves to be up here. She's been a little snooty pants today.
I'm trying to practice drawing a fairy for an art competition. Any tips? Draw a bunch of fairies. Draw a... I don't know, like what kind of fairy do you want? Do you want like a small teeny fairy with human proportions? Do you want like a large, like light, like a normal human-sized fairy? I would, for me, if I were drawing a fairy for art competition, and I don't know what the art competition is, but I would look at really good illustrations of fairies and have that as inspiration. Vintage. Bro, this is so cool. Oops. I didn't know that was. This stuff is so sick. I love that stuff. I will look at a bunch of inspiration like this, see how they design their costumes. If you want to design a costume, let's see what else is here. Ooh, okay. You know, stuff like this. Really sick. Graphical, really graceful. I'm very inspired by this kind of stuff. You know, yeah, you can do a bunch of studies of different insects and butterflies. Oh, that's so pretty. I mean, that's what I would do. I would look at that for some inspiration and then try to make my own illustration. And I would look at different kinds of poses. Graceful poses that fit the vibe. How do you guys solve same face syndrome? I'm trying to draw heads right now, so any tips are appreciated.
Use different shapes.
Yeah. Use different shapes for
Definitely.
features, use different shapes for heads.
What? Little Miss Poppy fans? Are you still mean to cute little Applejack? Did you come to apologize or you just want food?
You're just sniffing around for it, acting like a little detective. You had your chance. She's like, something's not right.
Actually, really, I feel like when I paint on the iPad, it feels more like nice looking than I. Huh?
Good her.
She's a little detective right now.
She's acting like one, bro. She's
I
like,
find
oh,
that-
I need to do my job, so they'll feed me.
My brush strokes on the iPad tend to be like more interesting than on the Cintiq for some reason. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. Like I really struggled with the study that I did earlier because I'm just like, man, all my strokes look the same, even though I'm using this really awesome brush and I'm trying to use brush
Look at
economy.
what she's doing, bro. She literally did the to my hand. How dare you?
That's funny.
You saying I stink, Poppy? Is that what you're saying?
Like I think like this, it's not bad, but it's not as like interesting as like
Use
that
a big
nice
brush.
glow. I did. I
Like,
am using big
are
brushes.
you using the biggest brush that you can? Like,
Well, not as big as the. Yeah. I've
and
been-
then
Yeah,
really?
I do that quite often, and then I don't know. Maybe I'm not doing it enough.
I'd maybe just do more studies. I don't know, or maybe hold your pen in a different way.
Maybe I should.
I hold my pen differently, especially the iPad pen. I don't.
Like I'll be carving in and out a lot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not doing enough.
Yeah, they really like the critique, by the way.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm
They
glad.
want your version as well.
Okay,
if possible.
sure. Should I do the before and after, or should I
Probably just the after. They
Okay.
have the before.
That's true.
Poppy, are you saying that I stink?
Are you saying that I stink?
She's like, Poppy's like coming around here and investigating while Applejack's just like sleeping.
Should I put in live demos? Where did you put it?
I damned it to them, but you could probably put it in live demos and ping them.
Oh, okay. Okay, for some reason I can't. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'll send this. I'll put it in live demos.
Sounds good.
Is the Academy only for digital artists?
It's built with digital. Yeah, you'd have a really hard time following along traditionally.
Yeah.
But it is foundation. So like you could probably follow along traditionally for like the figure drawing class, but it's kind of like how we're drawing on stream.
Yeah.
Like it will work with any digital tool for sure. Like Krita, Medibang, whatever you're following along in, because all we do is use kind of basic layers and functions.
Mm-hmm.
But I would not recommend following along traditionally. It would be pretty hard. Someone skilled could probably do it. You'd still get a lot out of it. especially when it comes to my painting class, like it would be pretty hard to follow along traditionally.
I'm just trying to readjust my position. You're just practicing now?
I'm gonna do Kren's cubes. We can do more critiques if you want. Do you want to do one?
I'll try one. I'll see what interests me. Oh, Miley, very nice. Huh, this is an interesting one. Fluidity of this and honestly anything I can do better with rendering. Interesting piece.
Sorry guys, I'm doing Kren's cubes.
I'm not very familiar with these kind of illustrations, but one thing, I feel like one kind of tip I can give is power dynamics in the illustration. I'll try my best on this one. This is a very nicely done drawing. Very nicely done. It's honestly it's a very difficult kind of illustration, and it's actually I would have a hard time doing this. What I'm noticing is that it's a good composition diagonally, but I'm noticing that it's basically cut 50-50. Like that. Like you just divide this in half like a bento, and they're of equal strength. Now maybe that is the vibe that you want, because they are like basically equally powerful, and you want that struggle, or you want that like kind of clash like that. Let me think. I am gonna alpha lock. I wonder if I can.
I feel like even a crop could help.
Even a crop, yeah. I feel like a crop would be better. Let me just try to find different ways to crop. And I don't really exactly know how I'm gonna do this yet. Like, I would even just start shrinking him first, because he has a really insane expression, and this looks like a focal point. So I want that to be, you know, the larger aspect in the illustration.
Yeah, like where do you want people to look exactly?
Mm-hmm.
Like all the stuff we were talking about earlier still really applies. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just paint this over really quick. And I also want to try
Is the person here?
oh, actually I should have asked if that person is here.
They're probably not even here.
Yeah, is
They might not be.
Ure Cray?
Ray. Oh, there they are.
Oh, okay, great.
So that's good. A lot of people leave when we stream for a while, which is totally fine.
Yeah, it's kind of just what happens in the stream. So, like, let's just take a little before and after. Before, let me make this a little bit smaller. After, crap.
You could do,
that could be one.
You definitely could do that.
You could do that.
It's like the hierarchy, right? You kind of like look at your image and go, where do I want people to look? In what order? Number one, where do I want their eyes to go first? Where do I want their eyes to go second? Where do I want their eyes to go third? Mm-hmm. That's like, if you want to be like a professional illustrator working for like a company, that's like one of the big things that they require is like, it needs to be a very clear, read. It's called a read, and it's basically what you see in what order.
Yeah. So like I do like this kind of this arm going over here, and it spins over to this side. I want to try to add more elements to emphasize that fluidity. So I'm just gonna try a few things. Very, very dynamic piece.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's a very fun piece.
I'm not much of a Jujutsu Kaisen type guy.
Yeah.
But we did see the first season. Was it the first season?
It was the first season, yes.
Itadori, is that his name?
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't exactly remember if he has a scarf or if it was like, I would try to incorporate that same scarf maybe to the other side if this is like a long piece of cloth, right? Kind of bring it around town. Let me just try to think. kind of distributing the shape of the cloth more dynamically, so it feels like there's some kind of transformation, like thick to thin. Because earlier, we got a lot of evenness. I mean, even though the shapes are nicely done, it just feels like they're all kind of like stacked like a line, like a stack of potatoes. This one, I feel like we can add a bit more motion to increase the fluidity. And you know, I would even treat this kind of like motion lines.
Yeah, you could like point them at stuff.
Yeah.
Power.
I don't really exactly remember what his design was, so I don't think I'll add this little bit here. I would probably nuke a lot of the detail on this side. Maybe just like really put it to a back seat. And maybe imply a little bit of it. Like, I also want these lines to feel like they're pointing to a certain direction. So there's this line going towards the hand. It really just depends on you. I don't know if there's any like kind of effects, but you could maybe like add some kind of swirling effect. This is good. I would emphasize this part more. I mean, that's what I would say about this one. I don't know. It's not much of a change, but I find that maybe this part, Itadori, is more pronounced now. And I simplify the background a little bit more so we can further see like it's acting as speed line, so it's gravitating more towards the center. So hopefully that helps. You know, I would even go in alpha lock. Perhaps maybe even add a gradient. I don't think they have a gradient tool in this program, do they?
Do they?
I even add like a.
Chat, does Procreate have a gradient?
I'll probably add like some kind of gradient to like keep the image contained.
It's gotta have a gradient.
Yeah, you're welcome. Could use airbrush. That's true. I could use airbrush.
But
I didn't
does
even
it
think of
have
that.
a gradient tool.
No idea.
We're not even listening to our Halloween music.
Nope.
Whatever. There'll be plenty of time for that.
Very, very dynamic pieces in this batch. Very cool. I wouldn't really know. I feel like the colors actually work pretty good together.
Were they asking about the colors?
Yeah, they were asking about colors, rendering, composition, to help with composition and drawing the eye to a certain area of the piece. It's definitely a very interesting piece. Like, and I say that in a good way. Not like, oh, it's interesting, meaning like it's like a backhanded compliment. I do think it's quite a difficult piece, and I actually quite like the way how you did the lighting, where most of this is in shadow and all of this is in light. I wouldn't really know how I would attempt to fix this one, to be honest. Aside from maybe like proportional issues up here, like it really. Maybe I'll just save this really quick. And let's see if I can paint this over successfully.
Did you ask if they're here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to ask if they're here. If they're not here, then I won't do it. The skinny one. Are you still here?
Oh, I think they are.
Oh,
I think
okay.
they're on YouTube.
Okay. I did see them. They're in like, I mean, they're in the latest comment. So. I'm assuming that they're here.
I think they probably are.
Okay.
Or at least they have been for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. They are here. So, if I'm gonna look at this person, I think the way, if I'm gonna look at this from a side view, it looks like this to me. Which, actually, no, it's not really that accurate. Hold on one second. It feels more like... This is kind of what it feels like to me. The way how this person's bending.
Yeah, it's almost like this.
Yeah, like that. And I feel like...
Like an upside down J.
Yeah, like an upside down J.
Or like a candy cane.
Yeah, exactly, like a candy cane.
That's
So
been like cut.
yes, so I would... This is also, by the way, very difficult. So I would say, okay, I would look for the way how the back bends is... You start with the pelvis, and then it's like a gentle bend. It's not like a really sharp angle like this. It's more of a gentle curve. Now, I'm gonna see how I can apply this. What I would do, I think the first thing I would do is I just take this. I don't know what that.
Was really
Yeah, that was
loud.
very loud. I don't know what that was for. Oh, that's for my potatoes. I'm gonna check that out in a bit. I would go in and just extend it. So it makes the sharp less intense. And now it kind of feels a bit more accurate to how he would bend. As for this arm, I'm gonna try to do this pose myself. I feel like his arm would actually come out more instead of be tucked in. I'm gonna have to check on my potatoes really soon. I feel like that feels a bit more natural.
Are they gonna burn if you don't check on them now?
Yeah,
All
not
right,
burn,
go check
but
on 'em.
they're not gonna burn. They're probably gonna get too soft. But I just want...
Y'all can watch me draw Krenz cubes for now while Christina does her thing. This one's... I guess it's kind of similar. Yep, just doing my Krenz cubes today. Did some critiques. By the way, chat, you want to know a really fun exercise to do with boxes? I like to do this. I like to make boxes and then kind of line them up like dominoes and have them sort of like spin off into the distance. So, like this. It's good exercise. And then maybe I'll like start rotating this one in like this way. And then flip it up a little bit more. We'll do an in-between one instead. And then we'll flip it up more, twist it a little bit more. And then we'll flip this one up. Probably start to see this top side. I have a question, but the stupid word limit isn't long enough. I have a hard time drawing fundamental fundamental shapes, forms. Yeah, I mean, you got boxes. Boxes are pretty fundamental, right? Don't forget draw through. You've got spheres, which are like, you know, circles, but 3D. You've got cones and cylinders, and you can put cones on cylinders and make little castles, and you can put a box next to them. And put another one. And you put these together, and you know, you've even got like ribbons. So ribbons are kind of like compound cylinders. You know, I've actually seen a lot of people kind of include donuts into the fundamental stack. Ahmed Al-Duri and Yuming Lee both add donuts. I guess just because they're sort of rendered a certain way. That's useful for painters. I will look into it and get back to y'all. But what else? Like, there's kind of tips for drawing either of these. The cylinder thing, they're capped with ellipses, and ellipses kind of look like this. They get wider and wider until they turn into a circle. And they get thinner and thinner until they turn into a straight line. Ellipses are measured in degrees. A circle is basically a 90-degree ellipse. Halfway squished is like a 45-degree ellipse. It's the degree that you're looking at the circle. So like this, right? So if I'm looking at the circle, if this is me, and I'm looking at the circle, what would you say this is? Like, here's 45. Here's 22 and a half. So maybe like 30 something degrees. So if I'm looking at that hole or cylinder, the bottom of the ellipse or the bottom of the cylinder is going to be wider usually, because look, now we got this one. So this degree, this angle is the degree of this ellipse. This angle is the degree of this ellipse. So what the cylinders naturally kind of do is they squish, and then towards the bottom, they'll be a bit wider. But not always. It depends what camera lens you're looking at them from. You can have ones that are like this, and you can have ones that are like no different at all. These are both valid. This one right here is in a wider lens than this one, but it's a little bit mathy. I would recommend practicing cylinders. So the thing about drawing ellipses is they got to be symmetrical, and they don't do this like a hot dog, and they don't do this like an almond. They come in and they wrap around like this. So they kind of go like that. It's a circle that's squished. So you don't want to do a hot dog, and you don't want to do an almond, but you do want to do this. And so when you draw an ellipse, oops, I'm bad at it now. Wait, I can't do it anymore apparently. Okay, there it is. You want it to like squish around the edges. It's just a circle that's been squished. So if you have a horizon line, right? Here's a vanishing point. And say you're doing 1 point perspective, and here's a box in 1 point perspective that you're looking at. If I have a cylinder that's right here, it will look like this. If it goes above the horizon line, I'm not going to see the top of it. It's going to look like that. If I have a cylinder that's below the horizon line, I'm gonna see the top of it. If I have a cylinder that's above the horizon line, I'm gonna see the bottom of it. If I have a cylinder that's flipped towards me, it's gonna go back towards this vanishing point, and the minor axis is gonna point towards my vanishing point. The minor axis is the small side. This one, minor axis. So the minor axis points towards your vanishing point. So if I've got 2-point perspective, vanishing point here, and I pull lines out like this, that's what a cylinder is like laying on the ground. Cylinder laying that way goes towards that vanishing point. Cylinder this way goes towards that vanishing point. So you kind of adjust your arm to point the minor axis at the vanishing point. And again, if I have a cylinder that's standing up, I just kind of judge its distance from the horizon line. I know it's going to be flat here. And it's kind of going to be like that.
Oh.
But I was kind of practicing Krenz cubes. This one's kind of mid.
Okay. Back for a little bit. It's kind of hard doing stream and meal prep at the same time. But, oh well. It's still fun. So there we go. All you have to do is just extend. And it feels a little bit like he's not super short. With a really long...
What?
Huh?
Extend what?
Extend the torso. This is what it was before, after.
Oh.
I find that probably makes it look a little bit more natural. What if his face was actually not so towards the side of the frame? So another thing about composition is that if you find that you're leading your viewer's eye outside of the canvas, that might not make as strong of a composition. A lot of the time, a lot of artists will try to have their composition go towards like within the canvas. They want to stay. So I find that if I'm looking at this composition, I want to go look this way, outside of the canvas. And so I feel like all you really need to do to keep it in is to maybe tilt the head a little bit towards the left. That way it feels a little bit more like a stabilizing, has a more stabilizing feel to it. Like this will act as more like a vertical rather than this way. So it'll feel more like this. Feel more like a vertical. And there's a lot of concepts with verticals and horizontals in composition. I think Ian, what was that guy's name? Ian Roberts. Does he talk about verticals and horizontals?
Yeah, he has a pretty good video. He's an oil painter.
Yeah.
Oh, moving beds, are we?
Oh yeah. I was doing this. I got distracted. I love doing these.
Let's see here. What is he holding? Looks like a wallet. Is that a wallet?
You beat this person up.
He probably beat it up with a wallet. That'd be sick. I would probably add more aspects. I mean, what is this? How I wonder how did this guy get in this situation? Really nice bones, by the way. This is very nicely drawn.
Yeah.
Looks like a pirate. What if I brought this this guy even closer towards the guy.
Ooh. Should I bring it back?
I'm just kind of testing things because I'm still thinking about how I'm gonna approach this. It feels tilted more this way. That actually might work.
Had to add color to a gradient and it not look like gray. I'm not sure what you mean exactly.
Yeah, I kind of like it when I tilt this more because I'm also trying to find the curves in the body that can go like this. So I want this trailing over here, over here, over here, stable. So that's what I'm thinking about. Like it's like a D. It's like the letter D. It's like opposite. This is the kind of vibe that I'm thinking of for this composition.
Yeah, like
Kind of interesting. Yeah, so maybe we'll even turn and tweak this thing, this little hook, this way. Yeah, who says it can't go the other way, right? And I feel like this can actually have a much more, this blood stain or whatever goopy stain can have actually a bit more of a stronger gesture. I feel like it looks a little bit too straight. I'm trying to find the curves into this piece, the curves in this piece, to make it feel a little bit more dynamic. But already this already starts out as a very dynamic piece, anyways. This pole looks like a little bit out of perspective. This metal thingy. I'm gonna do a quick little thing on top.
it's like a really tilted horizon looking very far down in kind of like a really
Yeah.
wide angle lens. So it's
Yeah.
it's a very difficult shot.
It is
I
very
would
difficult.
recommend setting up a perspective grid for this shot. It looks like you're like looking down, like it's a very tilted horizon in a pretty wide lens. So like that would be Z because the camera's looking down. So straight in front would be straight down. So Z would be there. And then you'd have curvature that would curve around Z.
Yeah, so like, wait, hold
No.
on 1 second.
It's
Right
this
here.
way. It would kind of be like,
Oh, okay,
Like
okay, I see. So it's
because
okay,
Z is
got
the
you.
center of the lens,
Okay.
unless you're not drawing from the center of the lens.
Okay,
So again, it's a really hard
it's a
shot.
very hard shot.
Like it's very high level perspective,
Yeah,
and you'd kind of just either like I would say it probably seems like it's kind of being guessed.
yeah. Because there's like some inconsistencies with the pole and with where these are going. Now it's like you're trying it. It's just very difficult to get that look. So I just use this as an example or as a base, and then I'll probably correct the perspective on the brick walls. Brick walls are very complex.
Yeah, I would just make like a quick curvilinear perspective grid over top, but you have to understand how to make the grids in order to do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're kind of just like guessing based on what feels right. But like, how do you know what feels right without practicing it?
That's true.
It's like if you don't have the feel for something, then you can't feel it out. The feel comes from practice. But yeah, so all those verticals would be straight. I mean, they would be coming straight from Z. It would be 1 point perspective when it comes to Z at the bottom. I actually, funny enough, I would probably put Z behind the skeleton to point towards the skeleton.
Okay. Let me do that.
Hey, Art Walker, how's it going?
Hey.
Like when you add color to a person or something, like in like gray gradient, then add color, If you want to make a color, if a black and white image in color and it doesn't feel weird, your values have to be correct. Otherwise, it's going to look muddy. So, kind of,
Oh yeah.
you could do that.
At least that's what I was thinking.
You could put the vanishing point behind the skeleton on the bottom. And then all of the perspective would essentially be helping to point you to the skeleton. You could try a version like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, my colors are really easy to add to black and white if the thing has good values. Like, you mean with like a gradient map or something? Like, you have to have good values to use a gradient map. But I would say it's called a gradient map if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's probably be more of like a curvilinear perspective. And so I would basically use this grid and I would graft, or not graft, I would draw the texture following this perspective.
Yeah, your grid would look like, would be really tilted. So I would even say your grid would literally look like this. You want me to?
Yeah.
Your grid for this piece would be like this. This would be Z, X, not X, Y, X, X. And then this is the center of your lens, so you would have, your perspective would go like this.
Oh, he's holding a clipboard. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see there.
Your perspective would go like this, and then your shot itself might be inside of it, like. So I would say, maybe here's your. It almost feels like it's sort of up here. Come on, bro. How do I sticky keys? They're off. They're off. How do I turn stinking sticky keys off, bro? No. No. No.
It's not right.
Place a sound when... No. Get out of here, sticky. It almost kind of feels like this. Like,
This would
here's
be
your
basically
street.
top down.
Like, here's your street. And your skeleton's, like, on the ground, kind of like... that. And then this dude is kind of here, and so this will be going back to Z. You're like, I would probably set up a perspective grid, something like this. But again, this is a 5-point perspective grid. Really tilted horizon. Like, this is how tilted the horizon is, and this is looking straight down. So technically this would be Y right here. But it's working similarly to like 1-point perspective. Yeah, so like to set up a 5-point grid, essentially you draw a plus sign. This is left, this is right, this is up, this is down, this is in front of you. So Z, X, X, Y, and Y. And then a circle goes around this. I didn't really make the plus sign right. Right? And then this is Z. So this is a vanishing point. And then your other vanishing points kind of go like this. Like that. And then if you're drawing boxes on this, they look like this. like that, right? If I were to draw a center box, it would curve around like this. You generally would very rarely use the whole grid. A lot of people like cropping it to like here because it makes it a little bit dynamic. So like a lot of people will crop the grid to here, and so their perspective looks like this. And so if they draw a box here, it gives it a little bit of dynamic feel, because these lines are going to be curved, these lines are going to be straight, and then they straighten off about right here where your lens during the center, in the center of your lens, they'll straighten, and this will be your horizon line. Like that. A lot of people use this camera lens. A lot of people, transportation designers, a lot of transportation designers will actually use this camera lens. Like you'll see like what I was talking about earlier, like here's a tire. Here's another tire. Well, this will be way different. It'll be like this. Tire. So that's like a vehicle, right? A lot of people will do that. Whatever, I don't know what kind of vehicle this is, but they'll draw their car right here. And so it'll give it this very specific look. Scott Robertson does this a lot. I don't want to open that. I want to open this. Scott Robertson. Scott Robertson truck drawing. Here it is. So here's that exact camera grid. Right here. Here's his Z. Right? Here's the horizon line. Here's his vertical. And then again, this is going over like that. So this, there's his Z. And it's like right there. Pretty small. It's not a super. It's like this. So it's kind of right there on the grid. He's like in this quadrant right here, and these are curving around towards the right vanishing point. And a lot of character designers, like TB Choi, uses this grid a lot. But she'll use the opposite side.
Oh, I didn't know mine was shown. That's cute.
Where the heck? Oh, here it is. So she uses this same grid a lot. You can see it's in the same spot. Let's make this smaller. It's down here. Boom, 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 boom. Except hers is flipped, of course, but it's basically right there. So that's it on the grid. You can see here's her Z. Here's her left X. And you can see there's those verticals going down. And here's these ones coming around like this. And so she draws, like a lot of people will draw in fisheye lenses, and they'll put their Z here, and they'll kind of have like this sort of thing going on. Quite common. And then, of course, there's those ones. So that's actually very similar to the lens that you're using. It's just pretty tilted.
Yeah. I made some adjustments.
Hey, Lindsay, did you?
Yeah. I changed the head angle a little bit because I feel like this kind of head angle, even though it's very dynamic, it feels a little bit unnatural. I can't exactly explain why, but it's like this. And then it's also in a fisheye, kind of like in a fisheye angle. Oh, I even hurt my neck a little bit doing that. But I would relax his head a little bit. Maybe he is the more like intense person, and you can still portray that, But what I did was I kind of just, I don't know how to explain this. I tilted his head down just a tiny bit so his neck wouldn't be super strained. And I feel like having him look down also brings us back into the composition. And I also moved his hand up here. So the reason why I did this is because I wanted to be very clear that he's holding a clipboard. In the earlier design, it's really hard to see what this is. I thought it was like a wallet or a shoe, or like a really flat shoe. But now once you said that it was a clipboard, I'm like, oh, okay, I can see the clipboard part. So I just moved that over so we can actually see that this clipboard, that this actually looks like a clipboard. And he's like, oh, check. I beat up this guy. And on to the next one. Another thing I did was I moved this arm here, and I made it bent this way, because I feel like his pose is a little bit stiff because it's moving too inward, and it's kind of obstructing the silhouette or not making the silhouette as strong. So I just popped it out a little bit. You know, maybe this could be something that you like. He also looks more dead that way. But maybe the unnatural pose also would work too. Totally up to you if you want to do this. And then I just matched the perspective of the bricks to the perspective grid from earlier. And I also really heavily simplified. I would not add graffiti. Since this guy is very, like the center of attention, like he is the main character of this piece, the graffiti might distract from him. So I made him just...
Where was the graffiti? What was it?
Here.
Oh, okay. Or
Yeah.
like massively
just-
reduce the value
massively.
range of the graffiti.
Yeah.
You can add as much detail as you want. If you keep the value range simplified, it won't call too much attention.
Yeah. Now you can continue adding these slime stuff, and you can even use that as a directional tool. So maybe there's like some blood splatters leading to his face, but it's not exactly taking away from the image. Here's the pipe following the perspective. I don't know how tall he is. But this is a very difficult piece. I applaud you for doing this.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
I am just practicing boxes. Guys, if you want to practice getting better at boxes, I recommend you do stuff like this. Draw a bunch of boxes, a bunch of different angles, flip them all around.
I have to
Flip them up
continue
and
cooking.
down and left and right and every direction you can think of.
Yeah.
Yeah, just literally do so much of this. Everything is just building blocks. Like you can go like all of this stuff is just building blocks at the end of the day that you can use to like build out a scene. Let's move this. Let's just delete it. And so like what I like when you think in 3D space, you can add a lot of this kind of stuff without having to worry too much. Right, you could make that come down there. There could be some rocks here. There could be a border around this that comes out and down. Maybe not. It's kind of cool. Meh. The castle could come out and around and really play with like X, Y, and Z as well. Like you can bring stuff up, you can bring stuff down, bring stuff around. Maybe this is like two bridges. Maybe there's a big one back here. Big fat one. leave a bigger one. Back here. I got a TikTok check. Dumb thing. Where are you? There. A lot of stuff you can play with here. Is this Photoshop? Yeah, I'm drawing in Photoshop right now. But I do a lot of practice like this. I'll just drop, like, in my sketchbook, physical pages of, like, I'll start with a box. Alright? And then I'll just go, well, what happens if I rotated this box down? And what happens if I rotated that box down and over? Like that. And then what happens if I kind of like continued that? And I'll make it more kind of like consistent. How about that? I'll just kind of keep that same line. And then we'll rotate it down more. So like you can kind of pull it down in space. I find it hard to place characters into landscape scenes, very out of place looking. Any tips? Honestly, kind of talked about this sort of thing earlier on stream. Not there. Not there. This sort of thing. You can kind of nest your character into a landscape by checkerboarding and shape welding. So checkerboarding is when you kind of like have light against dark, dark against light. Where is it? Bro, I have so many layers and stuff from today. Not that. Well, here's a good example. This is one of Craig Mullins' paintings. He's super good. And he's got kind of like dark, light, dark, and look at this. He's got dark against dark. He's got like a light against a dark. He's got like a dark against a medium. So here's like a medium, right? Here's like a dark, and then there's a medium behind it. So this would be more like a medium, right? So medium. Here's dark against dark. Here's dark against light. Here's like a dark against dark as well, or like a medium. And so if you feel like your characters aren't really connected to the environment a lot of the time, try value grouping the characters in with the shot. Let me think. Go up here. Okay. So we get a shot, and I draw a character. And maybe in the background I've got something like this, right? And then towards the front, we have some like larger shapes as they come towards us in perspective. And maybe in the back, we've got a large shape right here. So I could go character's head, character's body, character's feet, or character's body. Like, you see how going kind of in and out of dark and light would really help. We could give them a dark hat, could give them a little shadow. Maybe their shadow even comes out like this. And then you can have other characters in the background. Some light, some dark. Like, that character feels very integrated into the background. Like, really, really integrated. Like, they belong there. Like, they're in this scene. Doesn't matter what this is. This could be water. This could be water, and they could be standing here. And that could be a shadow, and then maybe these characters, or these things in the background have shadows. And maybe these are light. Not shadows, reflections. So that's checkerboarding. And then kind of the other version of that is shape welding. These are stinking long words. Shape weld, L-D-I-N-G. Checkerboarding is just like light against dark against light against dark. I kind of showed some work earlier. Not that one. I thought I'll just use this one as an example. So this one has a lot of shape welding and checkerboarding going on, right? Dark, medium, dark, light, dark, medium, light, dark, or I even call this a medium, dark, medium, dark. It's like this in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, right? And it doesn't have to be dark, light, dark, light, dark, light. It could be like dark, dark, light, medium, light, light, dark, light. You know what I mean? Like it could be that kind of thing, but it works in assisting the overall composition. This will not fix your composition. It's more of a tool that you use on top of an already solid composition. And if you want to look at some solid compositions, here's some armatures from Edgar Payne's Composition of Outdoor Painting. Composition of Outdoor Painting by Edgar Payne. Here's some armatures. He calls these different things. You can find these online. You can Google it. You can take a screenshot of that. Edgar Payne, Composition of Outdoor Painting. He creates these armatures, and it's like an L, it's like a T, it's like a triangle, right? It's like a diagonal line, a tunnel, a bold silhouette. On top of those armatures, you would use something like shape welding. Sorry, I just hit the mic. Oh, thank you, Art Walker. Appreciate it. But, like, this composition totally works. It works. You feel hands. Like, that's a pretty okay composition there, in my opinion. Like, it looks okay. And again, you don't have to use things get lighter as they go away from you to create depth. Not everybody does. There's a lot of artists who don't. There's masters, many masters out there who don't use things getting lighter as they get further away in order to create depth. It's just one of the tools that you can use. So like you could make all of this dark. Still feels like depth. You can use shapes. So like as you're close to the viewer, on the ground, a circle would look like this. As you get further away, the circle will squish into a thinner and thinner ellipse, right? This gives the illusion of depth. If you want to turn these into like little cones or something, this gives the illusion of depth. You don't have to make these lighter as they get further away. You'll hear this advice so much, and it's not bad advice, like it's pretty good. Things do tend to get lighter as they go away. Technically, they tend to get more constricted in value. They'll have less contrast because of atmospheric perspective, but you don't have to use it. A lot of really, really good artists don't use it. Like, there's some, oh my gosh, I saw some oil paintings from like hundreds of years ago, and they'll use like the constriction of shapes to create depth. And they'll have like a building in the background in the distance, and it'll just be black. It'll be like completely a dark silhouette like this. and you're just like, dang, that's a sick composition. We can't see it? Oh no! What? Oh, my, sorry, my Discord, or not my Discord, my OBS glitched and one of the scenes didn't turn off. I think YouTube could see it the whole time though. Unfortunate. I mildly hate drawing boxes, but still force myself to do it. It's good. It's good to do. Like, that's a pretty fun little composition there. Could tilt this in. Could put some more characters in the background. Kind of works. This could be some priest or something standing out on a little island by the water. Here's the circle thing. I don't know if you guys saw that, but basically, things closer, things further. And this is exponential, by the way, a lot of the time. You'll find that in nature, like in the real world. Like you hear about big, medium, small. I said this earlier on stream. Like you'll hear like big, medium, and small as a design principle. But a lot of the times in real life, you'll have like big, small, micro. Like you'll have like an exponential fall off of size. And it'll happen like this. I would do master studies. Like you'll see so many, you can hear so many tips. You can hear so many tips out there, but you start studying like someone really good, their work, like you start really breaking it down and trying to understand what they're doing. You will learn so much from doing master studies, and they don't have to be people who lived hundreds of years ago. They could just be like modern people who are a lot better than you. I would really recommend master studies. Like what could be learned from a piece like this, huh? Like that's a nice composition there. Where do I even move this? Here we go. That's a nice composition there. I would just do like really simple value studies of this just to see how they're kind of playing with light on dark and stuff. This one's so good. This is my favorite piece from him. Like for real. I think this is my favorite artwork from Yuming Lee. But I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm actually farming you, chat, to get myself to practice. Where are my boxes, bro? Where the heck? Well, there's some of them. Here they are. Why is it? I'm actually farming chat for motivation to practice. This is like top secret stuff. Like I wouldn't be practicing right now if I wasn't streaming. This is how all these pieces start out too. Like most pieces that you see, they'll start off like this kind of thing. This is not wide enough ellipse, is it? I don't even know how these castles look. I would need to do studies of them. I was supposed to be doing these. I don't know what Christina's up to though. I should probably get headed off pretty soon here. I think she's making dinner. It's meal prep day. Two. Crin's cues. So Art Walker, have you heard of Krenz cubes? If you're still here. Yeah, we're streaming really late. We just decided to stream on a Sunday. We don't usually stream on Sunday. No, I haven't. So Krenz cubes are an exercise, and they're really cool. So what you essentially do is you make a 4x4 grid, right? This is to help practice like intuitive perspective, to like draw objects at different angles from imagination or just get better at it. You draw a 4x4 grid, and you make it like 4 across by 4 down, 2, 3, 4. And then you make it 4 this way, 2, 3, 4. So there's 16 of them. Come on. Like this. And these are just ratios. These are ratios of boxes. So I'll just come here and I'll just kind of like make this lighter so we can see it. So this is a front-facing box. And I'll do these relatively quick. So this one is going to be a 1 to 3. 1 part side, 3 parts front. So this was a Taiwanese artist named Krenz Kushart. It especially made this exercise as far as I know. And he kind of teaches his students, and his students graduate and they're so good at perspective. And he has them practice these a lot. He has them do a bunch of practice exercises. This is one of them. So this is like 1 part left to 3 parts front. And this one is 1 part, or 2 parts left to 2 parts front. Like this. This one is 3 parts left to 1 part front. So it's like rotating boxes, right? So this box rotates 22.5 degrees each time. So this is 45 degrees. This is like, get out of here. This is, let's move that up, 1 to 3. This is 22.5 because it's half of 45. And this one's 67.5. And then it would come out the other side as a square again, and this would be the side. But anyways, then it's the top down, right? So it's 1 part top to 3 parts front. And we'll just do this one right here. 2 parts top to 2 parts front. 3 parts top. That's not right. Why am I doing that? I need to draw it down here. I'm dumb. Okay. 3 parts. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I'm kind of tired. 3. So it's this, right? 1, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1. And then that's just the front. And then it starts rotating. So you're essentially taking it and you're taking it down. So it's 1 part top, 3 parts front to 1 part side, 3 parts front. And this is like the perspective, like you could put your vanishing point right here, but it's about the ratios. It's not about the camera lens, right? Like these could be isometric boxes. Like if this one right here was isometric, it would just look like this. Like if you took the perspective out of a box and you just made it isometric, it's like about the ratios, not the distance of the vanishing points. And then this one kind of looks like this. Right? 2 to 2, 1 to 3. Except that one's really messy and nasty. Hold on. You could even start just mildly getting 3-point perspective in there. And then this one is essentially that other one. But like that, right? And you could use draw through on all these. Draw through. draw through, just to, you know, check the perspective or draw the back sides. Draw through is almost like a religion for me at this point. So like that. And then it continues going. So this one, people draw this one different ways. We're getting like a whole bunch of these dumb TikTok checks. There we go. People draw this one different ways. Like some people will draw it just as this one flipped. Other people will draw it like this. But essentially, it's 1 part side, 2, and 2. That's kind of bad. Let me draw that again. This one always trips me up. That's better. A little bit better. It's kind of in the wrong spot, though. And then this one is like this. 2. Like that, and then this one, the corner is right here. So it kind of tells you where your corner is, by the way. So your corner is where they intersect. So 1 down and 1 over. 1 down and 2 over. 1 down and 3 over. 2 down and 1 over. 2 down and 2 over. So 2 down and 3 over. 3 down and 1 over. So it kind of tells you where the corner of your box is going to be. And then you can just like put the corner of your box right there. And these ones kind of get wild. They kind of get like that. And then this one gets even crazier. This top of it is almost like a square. And this is really pulled in, because this would essentially be 3-point perspective, right? Like that. And this one's almost like a square as well. What are we doing? Doing this? Yeah, there we go. Anyways, like, those are Krenz cubes, and you'll practice them, like, up, down, left, and right. I did some of them recently. This is a disaster, bro. I did some sets recently where I did all of them. Here they are. So this is what it looks like. You essentially do that 4 times, and it's a box that rotates every direction. And it's a way to practice drawing things from different angles. And so a lot of the time when people learn to draw things, they'll kind of be really limited. They'll sort of like memorize a couple of angles. Like I used to only draw this angle almost all the time. Like this would basically be the angle of almost all of my drawings. But practicing Krenz cubes allows you to kind of intuitively get better at sort of like shifting that and be like, well, what if I drew it from this angle instead? Or what if I drew it from like that angle? Or like you can kind of look at it from a shallower angle. Maybe like this. And so you can like rotate this box and draw it from different directions. And of course that, you know, that's pretty useful because you can essentially draw whatever. I don't know what I'm even going to draw. You know? Or I kind of like those tea kettle type things. Those are kind of cool. No, it kind of looks like, there we go, kind of more like that. And I like drawing different objects from a bunch of different angles. But like, it helps you draw anything. It doesn't just help you draw boxes. It helps you draw anything. is my... I'm deleting that layer. Okay. Oh, awesome. Yeah, Christina and I, we have a background, like, all we're pretty much interested in is drawing from imagination. Like, we do studies and still lifes and stuff, but it's pretty much all towards the purpose of being able to draw from imagination. Because we want to make our own manga and create our own worlds and characters and stories and stuff. And my background's in concept art, so, you know, I was drawing stuff, like, professionally for clients for a long time from imagination, like utilizing, you know, reference and all that stuff, but that's all I'm pretty much interested in. Like, I think it's really fun to do studies and interpret shapes and everything, but I'm really not a fine artist. I love it, it's cool, but I'm not a fine artist. I don't really have any desire very much to do that.
I am officially back.
Like, for good?
For good.
Awesome. You want to wrap up soon?
Yeah. I'm getting tired.
Bro, I drew so many boxes this stream.
Bro, really?
Yeah. Like, one stream, we'll draw like hundreds and hundreds of boxes. People will do like 1,000 box challenge.
Wait
It's
a
like
second.
one stream.
What if we did like box drawing streams?
We did like 1,000 boxes on one stream. How long do you think that would take? 81. You'd probably have to draw. Well, you'd only really have to draw like maybe 11 or 12 sets of Krenz cubes.
Oh, that's not bad. I would. I might as well get the practice.
Yeah. Building things out of simple forms.
Lots of boxes.
Bro, I would have had such a headache.
You did?
I do.
Oh,
I've
you
had one for
do?
like 2 hours.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh. Oh, wait,
It's
oops.
yours.
Oh, that is mine. I thought they did a paint. I thought they modified it. Well, we're streaming tomorrow too.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. More drawing
Mhm.
practice.
More drawing practice.
I told chat my secret,
What secret?
that I use them to farm drawing practice.
The conspiracy.
This could be like a fence or something.
Hmm.
Or there could be like rocks, 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 rocks. Maybe like a larger. Right, and then a wall. Probably like this. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Cute. Oh, you finished the mummy piece? Heck yeah! Did you post it?
Oh, awesome.
I still thought it was so funny how Gizmo made a Ray in The Sims. That's so funny. Wait, that's sick. Look at that.
Oh, that's nice.
That is really nice.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
I love it.
Oh, you even drew like a little crack in her body. That's sick. Love the wrapping lines. Good job, Mina. Saving it. Very nice. Mina. I really, really like this. It's so good. And then you did the hair so well too. That's so nice. You're welcome. Thank you for drawing her. That's so nice. Oh, we got
Oh,
a
we're getting
puzzle.
so many of these checks.
Where it's like we're making like a mini 10-hour stream or something.
I just need to practice, bro. I need to get better.
Yeah.
I like look at all this super high level artwork and I'm like, oh my gosh,
What did you say? You want
so
to get back?
bad.
Oh.
Not in like a bad way.
No, I know.
In a really bad way.
Oh. Are you hungry?
Yeah. Kinda.
Okay.
A little bit.
A little bit. I feel like it felt like lunch really helped us. Big lunch. Tided us over for a good amount of hours. Does drawing many boxes in different directions help you really practice?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it allows you to do stuff that's a lot more complicated because you can connect objects together. You can turn them into things. You can round them out. You can modify them. Like, I guess we could just go to my profile. Yeah, I mean, those are the kind of assignments that I did when I was back in school. And, like, it allows you to draw, to do all kinds of stuff. Like, this is just a capsule. Like, these are all, it's all based on boxes. It's like saying, does going to the gym and lifting weights help you lift stuff other than weights? It absolutely does.
Yeah.
You know, all this kind of stuff. Where is that? Yeah, for sure. Most stuff gets shipped in a box.
That's true.
Pretty much everything fits in one. It's not the only thing you should practice. Like, I would recommend practicing primitive forms. You know, your basic primitive forms: sphere, cone, cylinder, box, prism. Like, there's a lot to it. There's a lot more than just boxes and stuff, but they're a really good exercise. It's like bicep curls. I don't want to do that. I did it again. I pressed Control T. This is not quite right. Like, Gene was talking about cars with like the tumble dome. That blew my mind.
That did blow my mind. I was
That
like,
was
wait a
kinda
second, is that
crazy.
easy? Or more like, is that simple?
Yeah, like car and the tumble dome, and it comes in. And then the wheelbase. Kind of crazy. And I mean, if you can draw a box from any angle, you could draw this from any angle for sure. 'Cause this is mostly just a box. And you know, you round it out. Like, that doesn't have to be there. This could be rounded. This could be rounded. Like, rounding, like drawing boxes, like, you just have to round out the corners. There's a whole lot of exercises that you can do just like rounding out boxes. You can do it this way. You can cut them. You can chop them. It essentially allows you to draw pretty much anything, like in a blocky way, in a planar way. Basic cylinders and cones, and almost everything's a box. Like, starts as one. Like, I even drew a lot of these as boxes. Like, they're kind of just like, extra boxes with extra sides. Like this kind of stuff. And they're all going different directions. You know, you indicate the top, you indicate the side, you indicate some reflection, some silly orange stuff. Dang, I never finished those. I should have.
You guys inspired me to go on a drawing era. Heck yeah.
Let's do it.
In your drawing era.
I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm in my drawing era.
I'm always amazed by how good you artists you guys are. Thank you, Lily. Really appreciate that.
Appreciate it. I'm always amazed by how much I still have to do.
Yeah.
I have left to learn. I'm like, maybe I'm okay. Wait. One's not right. I feel like I actually drew this one too wide too. Let me look. That's more of like a 1 to 2. It's really cut off at that corner.
I have just drawn 30 boxes. Hey, awesome.
Awesome.
That's great. 30 boxes, way to go.
Yeah, the way I would recommend to get good at boxes, we'll have to turn it into like a... Oh, that's Art Walker.
Challenge.
Awesome. 30 boxes is great. We should honestly do some sort of like box challenge where we teach people boxes and then we actually critique their boxes on stream.
Yeah.
You know what I
You
mean?
know what? I feel like that's a really cool, good
We'll
one.
like help critique people's boxes on stream. We'll do like an on-stream challenge to teach people how to do boxes, and then we'll like do on-stream critiques or something.
Yeah.
I like that idea. Thank you for sparking that idea. Maybe I'll make this one a little bit smaller. more checks.
More checks. How does
TikTok
one
checks.
get a critique?
I think we're all critiqued out today, honestly. I'm
yeah.
pretty tired. We did a bunch. But we're probably going to do more in the future. You can join the Discord server.
Yep.
We open up submissions in there when we do critiques.
Mm-hmm.
I need to do more of this kind of stuff, bro. You know, funny enough, when I was taking Will Weston's class and Chris was doing the critiques,
Yeah.
he really liked it how I would add platforms into the characters.
You?
He liked it when I added
yeah.
platforms into
Well,
the characters.
Weston's
Like,
class.
like
Yeah,
this.
that's right. I was like, for some reason, I was thinking like Chris,
Like
Falconberg.
this.
Yeah. Bit of passive perspective.
Yeah, and you don't just have to make it a box. You can go like a little decorative stand or something. Not that that is looks like a very decorative stand. The heck. Okay. Interesting. I need to get better at drawing people, bro.
You are
do
getting
you
better.
kind of draw the kneecap like that?
Yeah.
Interesting. The knee is so giant.
It is.
Like it's such
like,
a large
It's like a
form.
knee pad.
It literally is so big. Like just the whole mechanism of the knee and the top of the tibia is so stinking huge. It's like
it doesn't have to be that big, bro.
It's wild. Dang, I still want that life-size skeleton. They're so expensive though.
They are expensive.
They're so cool, bro. What would we name him? I would literally have him sleep in our bed with us.
No. Okay, well, no.
Okay,
No.
well, no. Okay, well, no.
I was like, okay, bedroom, fine, maybe, but bed on like in the bed, no.
Apple? You're heading off? Oh no, you're just laying there.
You changing beds?
You changing beds?
Hey, Yuki, we're doing good. Just kind of pooped, but we're still on somehow. What do you think of this, Colton? Oh, that's cute.
That's cute too. It's cuter.
Cuter.
Yeah, yours is.
I need to do more illustrations.
Bro, I need to do more finished artworks as well.
Like, legit, like, I have not done a finished illustration in, like, forever.
I know.
And I feel like I get
neither.
scared. Like, I'm like, yeah, even I,
No,
yeah.
I need to practice more.
I'm like, oh, I need to practice more. I'm not ready to make a full illustration yet. Oh, what if I just give up on it? You know, totally get it.
There's a specific way with giving the poses I draw more life so they aren't stiff. Better poses generally comes from like the overall flow. I would say if you have trouble with stiff poses, try adding some contrapposto, which is like the opposing angle of the hips and the shoulders. And you can go squish like this. You could go twist like that. You could go like this. Like this. There's so many ways. Like this is a two-dimensional shape. Right here. With contrapposto, right? It's like a flour sack or something. And if you copy this over a couple of times, there's so many ways that you could do this, right? There's this one. There's that one. There's that one. Or we'll just even do that one. So you're essentially changing the direction that this center bit is facing, and the bottom bit is facing. With the same 2D shape. And this is like one of the most like fundamental parts of figure drawing, because, and this really will help poses. So the side that the hip goes up is usually the leg that's supporting the weight. So this will usually be the foot that is holding most of your weight, like that. So you can do something like that, right? And you can take the plumb line down from the base of your neck, where the Titans, where the people are in the Titans in Attack on Titan, and you connect it to the ground, and that's usually the center of gravity. If you want your character on balance, if you want your character off balance, you don't have to do that. And this leg is pretty free. You can kind of do whatever you want with it. You could stick it out here, right? You could take it, like this leg is gonna help give you balance. So we'll just stick it out here, right? These arms, don't matter what you do with them. You can do that. You could do this.
This way.
You could go mobile phone. Oh, it's Applejack. Applejack jumps up on the desk. He comes directly over to the back of my pen and starts rubbing against it. And my pen's like, get that tush out of my face.
You have a clean tush now.
It is clean,
You got poopy tush.
but it don't belong in my face. Yeah, it's called the plumb line. It's pretty important, right? And don't forget to think about your directions of your forms. So like maybe these could be going back, maybe that could be coming forward, this could be coming forward, back, or forward. And then maybe this one right here could come out and go back and then forward, or whatever. It doesn't really matter what you do with the arms so much, but I would suggest having some sort of intention to them. It's been quite a while since I've done figure drawing, so I'm kind of out of practice. Right, you can do that sort of thing. Not all poses are this, by the way. Like there are a lot of poses. More TikTok checks. They gave us horses with hair this time.
Horses with hair. What are they on? They're
Yeah,
like, is this really you? You're not usually on this long.
Yeah. Are you guys drawing on a tablet today? I am drawing on one of these things. I brought it out for the first time in like 5 years and spent the last couple days warming up and forgot how goated they are. You can draw so fast on these stinking things because if I draw like 1 inch, it's this long. So if I draw like 3 inches, it covers like half my screen. And so you can literally just draw so fast on these. That's why a lot of pros use them, is because you can draw fast and your hand doesn't block the screen at all. I don't even know what to do with this guy's arm. Where should I put his arm?
What's he doing?
Holding his phone. What if he was like
In his pocket.
Kind of like this.
Straight in his pocket. We could do relaxed, or we could do like this. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's good.
Bored. Waiting. What site is best to go for figure studies? I feel Pinterest is full of AI. There's a couple websites. Line of Action is pretty good. What's it called? Line of Action.
Croquis Cafe. Well, I don't know if that's free.
What's the other one? Quick Poses.
Yeah, Quick Pose is great.
It's been a while. I don't really use websites. I have like 200,000 photos on my computer of figured stuff from that I've collected over the years. This will be a long rewatch because it's so useful. Oh my gosh, bro, there is some really good stuff in this stream. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we talked about some gold, major gold today on stream, especially around some of the shape stuff.
Yeah.
Like, Christina, I did this.
What'd you do?
I don't know where the heck it is. My
Is it in
I did this composition earlier.
Oh wait, that's pretty.
There.
Oh
I liked it.
gosh, that's nice. You should finish that. I don't know.
I don't know.
I really like that composition. It could be like
I
one of
kinda
those
like it
really nice,
too.
like old style paintings vibes. I always like those vibes.
Why am I getting like?
Like it looks like it feels like a Sargent beach painting. Have you seen those?
Why am I getting like red outfit vibes? From
I was
this
getting
guy?
purple outfit. I thought it was a girl.
I'm getting like red outfit vibes from this. Why am I getting like?
Colton, it's almost midnight.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 11:30.
That's wild. We've been live for a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe something like this. Come on, more saturated. Be a little bit more bold. I'm getting like some vibes from this. All right. Well, we should probably head off. I've done a lot of box practice today, and now I'm messing with like figures and random stuff. I need a shower.
You need to eat. Maybe.
6 hour long stream. Yeah, we'll probably have to eat. I gotta tinkle like I've never tinkled before. Can you plug this in?
Yes. I can.
Yeah, it was a good stream. It was fun. I honestly really like drawing on the medium. Like, it's so fun. It's honestly more fun than the Cintiq a lot of the time. So, alright. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and hanging out.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And we will see you tomorrow, I guess.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And bye-bye, YouTube.
Bye bye.